together with the sun, even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Stop it with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight.
Hit me like I might geek over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
Nah, 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 I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms, 'cause I know just what I got. I got you like na na na, and you know I hold the power. This feeling I love, oh yeah. Making my grind good to great, so don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are burn, nothing gon' change. Great, we are better than great, great.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and ribbon for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game. Para to sa PINAS, di mo matitin ang aming boses on your level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera, HP racing, may reset. Built like a tank, buhat ni Hill, that full load SS parang Lyra.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow!
Hold on, yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are
Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, 'cause we just cannot be defeated.
We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control.
Pakita ko na jab like pow. East to the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, 'cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas. Tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow!
Pilipinas malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
The final day of Week 6 has arrived. Ang bilis ng panahon dito sa MPL Arena, and it's been a whirlwind ride as the teams continue to gun their way for a spot in the playoffs. Today, the fight continues, and it's time to unleash the hero within and continue to rise beyond expectations. Simulan na natin ang sagupaan dito sa MPL Philippines Season 14. Casters, pasok!
Leo here at your service alongside the irresistible and charming Jose Ingan. How was last night? How was week 6, day 2 for you, buddy?
It was great. Triple header. A lot of unexpected things, especially Blacklist on a roll. We can safely say they're week 6 champions after beating FCAP and then RSG.
Suddenly, the lower half of Season 14 standings have gone awry, and we don't know exactly who for sure is making it to the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, feel the power with every tap on the Smart app. Effortlessly manage your prepaid and postpaid accounts, buy promos, pay bills, and redeem rewards all in one app.
Download the Smart app now, the only app for Smart Signature, Infinity, Bro TNT, and PLTT prepaid home Wi-Fi.
More on last night. We also closed off with a banger of a series unfinished business between Team Liquid Philippines and Smart Omega. The Barangay unable to equalize, going 4-0 against the defending champions.
Yeah, and even game number 2 was really fast. Even before the 1-minute mark, TLPH already had the first blood kill, so that game was hella fast, and we literally saw the rise once again of the Liquid Stampede.
With that said, we are going to be checking out the standings in just a wee bit, and this is what I'm talking about. RSG and Blacklist now tied at 3 points each. Huge difference when it comes to their net game and win-loss record, though, so that shouldn't be much of a threat for the Raiders, except for when you remember they're starting today off by facing off against the defending world champions, Falcons APBren, who have already locked in their playoff spot alongside Fnatic Onyx.
And for RSG as well, you know, the last remaining 4 matches, they're up against the top 4 teams of the standings. And looking at the matches today, highlight match is Falcons APBren again going up against RSG Philippines, when in fact this match also has repercussions for the standings and playoff spot of TNC later on.
That's right. They are facing off against the Barangay, who is bloodthirsty, looking to bounce back, get into a position, because prior to last night, a lot of folks would have said, hey, Smart Omega's got TLPH's number, especially since the Cavalry has been shaky weeks prior, but now seems to be a different story. So who knows? Who knows? I'll tell you now, Ingan, I'm 1 out of 5 since Friday. I've only gotten 1 prediction right. So my arms and my chest, my back is already shaken. I'm guaranteed to do at least 40, 50 push-ups now.
Even the community prediction predicted 68% for Omega, so I can't blame you, but I feel sorry for you.
I'm sorry for my suits. Luckily, I don't have to do them in my suit. Hey, but maybe that should be a twist. Let's go ahead and throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan. We have the lovely Brigida and the charming Renmar Santa Cruz ready to break down this bout.
Thank you so much, casters, and welcome to the Infinix Game Tambayan. I'm Brigida together with Renmar, and we'll be opening the last day of the 6th week of MPL Philippines with, you know, the highlight match immediately between Falcons APBren and RSG Philippines. You know what? If last week we already thought we had enough surprises, enough surprise teams stepping up, this week we learned that there is more to watch out for in this season, especially with new heroes suddenly rising in popularity. But before anything else, of course, we'd like to thank Infinix GT20 Pro, the official tournament phone of the MPL Season 14. Now going back, so these two teams, Falcons APBren and RSG Philippines, apparently based on this week at least, they're looking to redeem themselves from their previous games.
Yeah, it's tough because if you're on the side of Falcons APBren, a lot of the expectations of the world is that you perform similar to how Fnatic Onyx Philippines is performing right now. People wanted to see a Falcons APBren that was undefeated and still dominant. And even though they're a team that only suffered, 3 series losses so far this season, people are already doubting their abilities even though they're already playoff secured. For RSG Philippines, though, it's unanimous. It has been a rough season, and people are already starting to count RSGPH out, especially because of the rise of Blacklist International that happened this week, which, interestingly enough, Falcons APBren was also a victim of.
And now that you mentioned Falcons APBren only letting go of 3 series so far, that's so interesting to point out because RSG, on the other hand, have only won 3 series so far this season. So it's a difficult matchup, if I may say, for RSG Philippines, especially as they're on the very, you know, dangerous spot in our current standings. There's a chance that they may be pushed down to the bottom 2, which they definitely would not want to happen. So now it's very important that we see them gradually bringing in the RSG mid-season activation that we've all known them to eventually bring out, but it seems like they're really struggling to know that right now. But we've asked Nats about his thoughts regarding this entire situation, so let's listen on what he has to say and watch this VTR.
Yung ginagawa lang po nila, like gawin lang nila mga pre-turtle plan, ganun, tapos communicate lang lagi. Then, punish lang nila lagi pag nagkakamali yung brand kasi minsan kasi mahilig magkamali din yung brand. So, ayan. Gawin lang po talaga yung gusto nila gawin. Yung performance niya po is, mechanically, individually, malakas po siya. Like, lagi ko po siya nakikitang ahead sa kalay niya. Lalo na pag laning, marunong po talaga siya, magaling po siya. Pero, pag sa team fight naman po is parang medyo nakukulangan pa po sa kanya. Pero parang malapit na po sa part na parang pag nandun na po siya, then yun, unstoppable na siyang player. So yun, talaga. Trial and error. Relax sa inyo pre, galingan nyo. Ayan yan, tapos yung ginagawa nyo lang dati gawin nyo ngayon. Kasi kaya naman talaga lahat eh. Kung baga nag-a-adjust at nag-a-adjust lang kayo. Pero this time naman na feel ko na kayang-kaya talaga. So good luck.
It does seem like Nas has a lot of faith in his team that they will eventually get to make it in the playoffs despite this very difficult situation. But if we were to look back in their previous meetup, this game or series actually says a lot. They actually brought it to a game number 3, and there were a lot of highlight performances, especially coming in from Nibor, who got the second game MVP. But then overall, it does seem like this is still a huge threat, no matter how we look at it for RSG Philippines.
Yeah, this was the series that brought out the first official appearance of the Lolita Hanami combo that Falcons APBren pulled out in that game number 3. And remember, in that game number 3, RSG Philippines were winning that until they weren't winning that anymore because eventually they couldn't find the punish that they were looking for Falcons APBren. They would initiate, they would start, but they couldn't find the counter punish that Nats mentioned that RSG Philippines is good at. Although I do doubt that Lolita Hanabi will make an appearance again because what happened to Numenon and Energy Core being weakened even more. I like that Nats mentioned out one of the things that people have been pointing out about Nibor as well. Laning, great, yes. Once it comes to the mid to the late game, once you are more of the frontliner, while you're also managing the minion waves, while you're also trying to be the guy to hunt down and look for the mid laner or the gold laner of the opposing team, it seems like Nibor gets overwhelmed in the mid to the late game situations.
Yeah. And actually, Nibor, in terms of what RSG's been showing us so far, actually has a lot in terms of the responsibility for them to carry out that kind of play style. But we'll dive into that a little bit more later because for now, let's bring back the recently launched skins commemorating APBren's victorious M5 journey. The first ever Finals MVP skin, Fist of Glory Paquito, is now 30% off for first week direct sale purchase and unlock the APBren Champion souvenir cards. Obtain Brody's APBren skin, also the APBren battle emote, elimination, spawn, recall effect, and all that. You can get it if you avail it right now. Now that's available in game. Come and experience them in Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I'm pretty sure almost all of the casters have already activated and gotten these skins.
Yeah.
This is the Philippine Championship skins for like how many times?
Especially Ingan, the man has a lot of diamonds, so please go ahead and message him in his personal pages. Look for his tags. He is willing to give away skins and all of that.
Yeah, check out all his social media pages. And now also, it's time to show your support, MPL fans. Who do you think will win this match? Is it going to be Falcons APBren once again, or RSG? Will they be able to get their revenge this time around? Don't forget to vote now via the online poll. Now, you first. What's your vote for this match?
I'm a Falcons APBren fanboy, but I feel like I've been somewhat cursing Falcons APBren lately. So let's flip the switch. I'll go RSG up there. But we're going for a different tactic for that. What about yours?
Alright, I'll have to go with Falcons APBren, I suppose. Yeah, so at least we have one for Falcons APBren here and one for RSG. I hope the recalls show up. Oh, there they go! These have already been launched as well in-game, so don't forget to check them out if you want. There are a lot of team recalls there. Have you gotten some of the team recalls already?
I only got the only one that I really want. That's a Team Liquid one.
Oh, how many diamonds did you spend for that?
A good amount. Good amount.
Really? I got it for 800 something diamonds.
Lucky.
But it's not just us going to be predicting for the series. Nats also has something to say. So what does he predict for the series?
Parang parehas sila digit niyan. So, yun, 2-1 po, RSG.
2-1 RSG for Navs. Okay. I think we gotta put that into play, shall we? Let us remind you that we have our good old little bias board for the season. It's our prediction results tracker for MPL Philippines Season 14. And you see, we imported Brigida here. She was in the Filipino board. So yeah, we all have our own emojis there. And look who's in the lead. Look at all those pandas. That's me.
Yup. He's leading, and the one with the least amount of correct answers will have a punishment or a consequence, so I wonder what that'll be. But for now, let's get to know the teams who will be playing for the first series. The highlight match is Falcons APBren versus RSG Philippines.
Crucial game is about to begin. Introducing our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilbert. There is no perfect king, and these kings are here to prove that they too can fall and bounce right back up. Here to defend their hive, they are the reigning M-Series World Champions, Falcons APBren! Raiders are here to raid and infiltrate the hive to secure a win and survive another week. Eyes on the playoffs, RSG Philippines! And their masterminds for Falcons APBren, it's Coach Ducky. For RSG Philippines, Coach Panda.
It's time for the face-off. Nibor, Flap TZ, step forward. Step closer together. Nibor, paano ka makakabawi sa Falcons APBren? Ano ang palag mo?
Mas gigil ako bumawi.
Flap TZ, paano mo masisiguro na hindi makakabawi ang katapat mo? Ano ang palag mo? Palag kung palag. Fist bump. MPL Arena, brace yourselves. This is a highlight match for a reason. So get ready for an exciting ride and enter the Lanadon panel. Pasok.
Even our host couldn't stop herself from laughing. What was that? A jump scare right before the match?
That's it, 1-0 Falcons APBren. Flap TZ takes the win right away.
I wouldn't expect anyone to think of that kind of face-off ever in this entire season. But that's Flap TZ we're talking about. He could just do about anything.
I'm sorry, I gotta gather my thoughts. Just watch out how well RSG Philippines might pressure the jungle for Kyle TZ, because you know Falcons APBren will look to pressure the jungle of Iran and win through the center of the map. These two teams at their peak, at their best, play the same way, except that RSG Philippines might need to take a little bit better care of the turrets in the side lanes.
I like how Naz also previously mentioned how it's just really important for RSG to be consistent in terms of their comms and their overall approach in taking the turtle, especially that they're up against Falcons APBren, one of the teams who are most aggressive in the early to mid stages of the game. And RSG, it seems like for them, they have so much conditions that they have to fulfill in order for them to get the advantage. They're the team leading in terms of average game duration, so that means it's kind of like a hit or miss. If they don't secure the early game, it's very rare for them to get opportunities to take back the advantage. But now let's head on to our Infinix keys to victory. For Falcons APBren, don't give the Raiders an opportunity to punish your errors. For RSG Philippines, polish your macro to be the unstoppable player Nats deemed you to be. That's for Nibor. And for both, exhibit your improvements based on your recent defeats. What's the most important thing here in the keys to victory for you?
I think it would have to be both, because with RSG Philippines and Falcons, take away the strength of Falcons APBren and how well they play the macro, that's unanimous. People already get that. But one of their biggest strengths really is their team fight handling. But this week, they've both been outplayed and outgunned by Blacklist International, who had the better counter punish, the better counter set, because Perks, a lot of credit to Perks of Blacklist International, waited for the right time. So with these two teams wanting to take control of the momentum, Roamers would be the one to initiate, or want to initiate. So at least now I think for Light and Ogwen, they have to think about it more in a little bit of a counter-punchy way, because these two teams are so good with the counter punishments at their peak.
Which makes me wonder, at least based on this week, what we've been seeing from both Light and Ogwen are seemingly opposite kinds of gameplay. For Ogwen, we've seen him focus more on the Mathilda kind of approach in terms of leading the roam role. But for Light and RSG, in general, it does seem like they slowly started going back to their roots, focusing on Light's pick-off approach, pick-off kinds of heroes, and that's where it seems like they're really used to carrying out their gameplay. So if Falcons APBren found it a bit challenging to fight against the kind of modern Ube, which Blacklist International previously showed them, how comfortable would it be for them to fight against a pick-off reliant approach that RSG Philippines might be deploying if they want to stick with their comfort?
Yeah, and that's the key thing. Might be deploying from what was once for me personally, one of the unhealthiest metrics we had for the first 4 to 5 weeks. By around late week 4, early week 5, things have shifted. We're starting to see that this is the meta that really rewards poison picks, surprise picks, and that's something that RSG Philippines, that's not their comfort zone. Back in their height of their championship, back in MPL Philippines Season 9, when they defeated the then Smart Omega roster, they didn't want to go up against them with how poisonous they are. Between these two teams, Falcons APBren has a deeper history of more poison picks and showing new strategies to set the meta. So with Matilda getting banned out here by RSG Philippines, that's a reminder that yes, Matilda is most definitely back in the meta with how well she can just shut down and target key players. She's sort of like a modern day Jawhead now in terms of like single target burst roamers.
Yep, and what's interesting is that even the Faramis is taken out here by Falcons APBren themselves. So we might be seeing a different kind of gameplay coming in from Falcons APBren. And going back to what you mentioned earlier, I think the player from RSG Philippines who tends to bring out the more surprising picks, if not from Light, which I feel they might not be attempting to do anytime soon, it's mostly really Irad.
Yeah.
Irad either being one of the few players, aside from I think MP the King, to use the Lancelot in this season, and also comparing him to Kyle TZ, he's also shown other junglers as well, such as the Benedetta and the Export. So there are a lot of things that RSG Philippines might want to adjust, not just in terms of their junglers.
Yeah. In terms of the first picks, let's see if Hayabusa or if it's going to be Roger, but no! They went ahead and just got the Fanny right away. So because of the changes to Roger, I understand why teams would want to consider not getting him anymore as a first pick. But between these two, you have to acknowledge that this is an Irad comfort. Yes, I know people have been quite vocal about their opinions of Irad and his shaky mechanics so far this season, especially this week. Wink, wink, if you know, you know, Julian. Now with the Fanny, they get a strong pick for themselves in Kyle TZ. So I think RSG Philippines, I would not be so surprised if they go ahead and get the Cho in the first phase, maybe in the third pick, and now they can get power picks.
Yep.
They can get the Moskov.
Among any, one of the most comfortable picks we've seen from Light so far. Or will they want to like hide their strategies for later and just immediately pick up what else is remaining for the jungle role? Oh, it isn't the Hayabusa or anything else. It's going to be still the Julian that you previously mentioned here for Irad. I think it's likely going to go into the hands of Irad.
Yeah, there's going to be a jungle pick for sure. Depending on what the roamer pickup is here for Falcons APBren, Aqua might end up with something along the lines of a Valentina to steal away key ultimates if it's an ultimate heavy hero. This Ruby most likely will go into the hands of Light. So they're just going for that quick crowd control. Let's say APBren, let's see. They can go ahead and pick their gold laner right now, but Paris still open. But, okay. So stick with Vixana. This, I think, should be a Valentina pickup already for Aqua. You're getting two ultimates that you can get, and both crowd control heavy. That takes away the pressure of the Ruby to be able to set in crowd control, with the Valentina being able to do that too, and potentially with the EXP laner pick that they have later on to be able to do that as well.
Yep, unless they really want to face on, take on Falcons APBren in terms of the early game aggression, but we're yet to see the other remaining picks for RSG Philippines. I mean, previously Aqua, we also know him to be a very versatile mid laner. There were times he used the Zaz, the Zushin, or maybe even the Lilia if they really want to add a little bit more pressure, as you mentioned.
Oh yeah, you're right, yes.
Early game presence that they might do against Kyle TZ, which is currently taking hold of the Fanny. But instead of anything else, they proceed with the Aurora, so they want to still play it a little bit safe. This is still the Fanny that we're talking about, and not revealing or not being entirely sure what the Light hero may be just yet. We're not entirely sure if they really want to go for that kind of approach of like disrupting the early game jungling here for Kyle TZ.
Yeah, you know what, earlier I was saying that that's most likely a Light Ruby, but now Cho would be great for RSG Philippines if it's going to be available for them, or maybe the Grok. So those what we call high invade roamers who can quickly peek into the jungle. Even though I understand how strong he is, I would be slightly off with a high loss pick on RSG Philippines, considering that it takes a bit of time now to really feel his effect. And I think early on he might get punished even more so. So they take away the Terizla. I think, yeah, that's going to be a tell that they want to pick the roamer in the 4th pick. Then their gold laner will be last.
I also do feel like RSG Philippines at this point would definitely want a winning matchup for Nibor as much as possible.
Sure, yes.
So if ever this is going to be the Ruby that they're putting in the XP lane, they want to take out all of those XP laners, those other XP laners that may pose a threat. As of now, the Edith, Terizla, and Phobius are already gone though.
Yeah.
Yesterday though, and in other previous days, we've seen a lot of surprise picks suddenly rise up in numbers. I'm not entirely sure if Flapteasy has something in mind for us. There are other hero picks that Flapteasy previously showed us as well. There's still the glue, which he occasionally uses when he wants to.
I'm glad that you mentioned the glue. I wouldn't turn off the idea that maybe Falcons APBren are thinking along the lines of, if it's good enough, a glue or even a Khalid, a la what Sanford brought out yesterday against Omega, and then just go for a quick level 1 rotation. But I'm sure RSG Philippines will be watching out for that, considering that we saw it happen yesterday. So yeah, they take out the Grok. Cho, I think they're more willing to give. I think RSG Philippines needs to go ahead and pick that up right now. Go ahead, do it.
Okay. Is it going to be the Cho? Is it going to be the Cho here for like what other pick of heroes? There's the Kaja. It's a common counter to the Fanny, but at the same time,
because against the Tigreal, I'm a little bit scared for a Kaja.
It's a little bit scary to play that against the Tigreal. There's also the Jawhead, but then you wouldn't want to bring the Tigreal close enough to RSG Philippines or your other members.
Yeah.
And it might just be hard to scout whoever the damage dealers here for Falcons APBren maybe, but they don't decide to pick up the Cho just yet, okay? They get the Claude instead.
They can wait out on it a little bit more. They take away a great gold laner that would have slotted very well for Falcons APBren and their lineup. Looking at Ogwin's stats, he is undefeated with Tigreal. And fun fact for Tigreal, actually, this week of MPL Philippines, he's undefeated. He's 5-0 in week number 6.
So this is probably what you also previously mentioned, the strengths of a Tigreal in terms of not just setting things up, but also potentially counter-engaging the enemies, which is a huge that you would want to consider up against or between these two teams who are fighting against each other. But Falcons APBren, they themselves decide to take the high loss. So...
grants you immortality.
Here we go. Here we go. It's Alice gold lane, and they go with double EXP laner, sustain, high damage. Thing is, for Falcons APBren, they don't have like a hard source of basic attack, but this is the meta now. This is a great option. Even though they don't have it, you can just throw bodies and take them down.
I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can already imagine.
And it's tough. If we follow the same idea earlier for RSG Philippines and say go Cho, it's way too much dive pressure even for Cho to pick off. So see what they're gonna end up picking in the roam here.
Would you still want to go for a pick-off reliant roamer at this point? I think that's the question I have in mind.
I want something sturdy.
Yep.
That's sturdy.
That's sturdy.
That's sturdy for sure.
All right, so it may not be entirely RSG Philippines immediately going in for the engages or the dives per se, since they don't decide to go for a fully dive comp anymore. It's more on probably waiting for what Falcons APBren has to do. But again, we have to keep in mind RSG Philippines, they're struggling whenever they tend to let go of the early game advantage. So how are they going to secure that, especially against this lineup of Falcons APBren, who might just be the lineup with a little bit more pressure applied towards RSG?
Yeah, this game will be determined by the rotations of the first two turtles. Is there going to be a cut? Who's going to invade first? Who's going to get picked out first? And who wins the mid?
There's a lot of things that we have to look out for. But for now, let's watch this game number 1 and head over to our caster.
Alex and Renmar, thanks for breaking down the draft. Welcome to the Land of Dawn. Jose, Ingan, and Leo at your service, bringing you this bout of best of 3 between Falcons APBren and RSG. How do you like that? How do you like that bloody, bulletproof Marco?
I like it. I mean, it gives Marco more ways than one to outplay opposing gold laners, again with the flowing blood. And Auntie and Ara mentioned this a while ago, and as well as the English panel, that in terms of damage, they can keep up with gold laners early to mid-game.
Yeah, it's more a matter of waiting until 4 or 5 of them are ready to lean in. They have a very different pacing throughout the game. And check this out, Flap, ooh, versus 3.
Okay, so look at this. I see 3 tank. Do you count Alice as a tank now, or is it adjusted?
She's a hybrid.
Hybrid, right? Oh, let's just say we have 3 tanks in the Land of Dawn right now.
4 Falcons APBren.
4 Falcons APBren. If you're gonna count Light, that's 4. Well, look at how the meta just shifted all of a sudden. One patch, and we're seeing different heroes.
One patch, 72 hours. It's ridiculous what the best of the best in the world can do. Talk about RSG, though. Something I will say. The silver lining in the relatively harsh weekend that they're experiencing, I like that they actually put the Ruby in Nibor's hands. Ask me why.
Why?
Because if you put a high loss in his hands like yesterday, his battle spell going, oh, wait, oh, great, no, he's fine, all right. So his battle spell going off cooldown doesn't really do anything.
Yeah.
But here, with a flicker, I'm offended, he can do something.
Yeah, plus Renmar and the English panel brigade also mentioned that, oh, it was Nats pala, sorry. Nats mentioned that in terms of mechanical skills, Nibor is really excellent.
He's
Dominates the XP lane matchup. And you can't do that with the Hylos, because what are you going to do? Just toggle on the Ring of Punishment. That's it. Glorious Pathway. With the Nibor Ruby,
right?
You know he can do much more.
Whoa. Here we go. Turtle fight at Retribution Threshold. What?
Oh, Light shines bright as he gets the turtle, but here comes FCAP, Frigid Glacier for Aqua, just to stop the engagement.
It's moments like this where FCAP will really struggle. When you're looking at their lineup, sure, they're very good at throwing bodies, they're very good at sustained damage, but if you need a sudden burst, really their only options are Kyle TZ swooping in like a superhero, like Spider-Man, like Miles Morales, you know what I mean? Or you also have Few, who has to perfectly come in and lay down the magic burst. Yeah. And that's it. Everyone else you kind of see coming from a mile away.
Yeah, especially Super Marco. It's really easy to predict the flowing blood, where it's gonna get casted. I mean, we seen this yesterday when was it Marco who predicted? No, it was Benny Cutie who predicted it. But here comes Ogwen with the implosion. They want to go for the burst. It's gonna go on to Light. He needs to pop their Vitalize though. Still Tanky was able to cast the AOG to walk away scot-free. Still no trade for Falcons APBren.
AOG punishing the AOB. Ain't no burst up in here for Falcons APBren. And folks, expect that there's not going to be any burst at all. Like, even in the late game, because sure, as Falcons APBren scales up, RSG will also just build up their items. So they are, you know, relatively growing in pace. That's what I was saying by Falcons APBren not having a normal pace when it comes to dealing damage and having team fights. They have to be very smart in using these extended engages and use their strengths. There's that DOT! Aqua's in trouble!
Here comes the burst Kyle TZ wants, but Aqua is still alive, still has the Pride of Ice, not even popped yet. Now Light making sure that the clash will stop there. And this is what you were telling. Where will the burst come from? You mentioned Kyle TZ, but even Kyle TZ is lacking the damage.
I mean, we have to be patient. It's 4 minutes in. This is a Fanny. Sure, if you're fast enough, you come in with enough velocity at the right trajectory, you should deal enough damage. But not just like that, not willy-nilly, not alone. Turtle spawning, lower quarter of the map, Light first to the scene. Really, if it's not 5 members of FCAP coming in, best believe these objectives aren't so easy to get. AOG on Few!
Oh, Few, Purify. Manages to escape. Here comes Flap TZ with a glorious pathway. Now Kyle TZ still cables in. Going for the backline. Aqua Pride of Ice will be casted there. First blood. Flap TZ draws it onto Nibor. Now Light working on Few. On the chase. Will he be able to take him down though? Here comes Super Marco. This time he's being the bulletproof for Few. The defense of a lifetime for Marco. Light is still alive as they work on the turtle as well. But Iran's gonna get the turtle. Now the kill onto Light. How many seconds was Light alive during that clash?
I'll tell you, way too long. He was alive for way too long. And this is what we're talking about. FCAP can't deal the right amount of burst to punish RSG from overextending. If anything, RSG can use that fact to buy time to trade out. And now check this out. Kyle TZ using what little burst. Oh, blazing the wet!
From Kosei. Kyle TZ manages to escape. But so far, okay, Kyle TZ's performing well. In terms of his mechanical skills, it's all there. But the problem is just the damage.
Yeah.
The damage is not just enough yet.
It's hardly a case of it's not how you use it, it's what you got. And now coming in, Implosion!
Speaking of using the implosion there to bring down Aqua, AOG will be casted. Kyle TZ still alive, manages to evade the death coming in from Irad. And there was another kill for Falcons APBren. Ogwin, what a beautiful setup.
Dear Lord, Kyle TZ's career just flashed before his eyes. He was down to like a tenth of his health, able to cable away, escaping possibly a basic attack. Although he would have been short maybe 1 or 2 since they were relative softies in there. Check out Flap and the rest of Falcons APBren flexing their versatility. This is Kyle, TZ's Fanny, and Super Marco's debut picks for both players this season. They now have picked 40 unique heroes amongst their team, all in all.
Wait, I swore I saw Kyle TZ use the Fanny this season. This was the first time he used the Fanny?
They never let it open.
Oh.
Other players have played Fanny, but not Kyle.
You have to respect. You have to respect Kyle TZ's Fanny.
Hey, he's the one above all. All right, and now FCAP is the one above all at 40 unique picks overall. They're the ones who debuted the Eve, by the way, in MPL Philippines Season 14. Much to my chagrin. Turtle spawning, lower quarter. This is the last turtle of this game. 3-0 still. Ogwin versus Zine pushed out by Nibor and Kusei. Look at Light taking the flank. There's a conceal.
Okay, Light just waiting for the perfect moment to cast the AOG. Ogwin doesn't have his flicker though, but Nibor knows where the rest of the bees are hiding as FCAP holds this turtle.
They pull slightly. An advantage to Falcons APBren. Nibor, a witness to this. He's in trouble. Him and Light. This is 5 members, by the way. Ready to sandwich. There's a glorious pathway.
Here comes Flap TZ, AOG coming in from Light. Now an implosion onto the backline, but the damage be enough though. Here comes Super Marco, plus the Eternal Guard. They're going to burst down Nibor. And there was no trade for RSG as Kyle TZ gets the turtle.
There's way too much happening in such a small part of the map. A concentrated amount of damage. All right. You see that glorious pathway, implosion, Eternal Guard, and then for the stragglers, you have Super Marco just, laying down the blood. Oh, dear Lord.
It's too much. Too much right now for RSG. Again, even the Sacred Hammer might even do the job to bring down Light here. But a Cursed Blast will blast down Light.
They folded that boy in half.
Here comes Kyle TZ. Kosei has to pop the Blazing Duet, manages to escape with the BMI out. Does he have more energy to find Kosei? Here comes Kyle, Super Kyle!
Bang!
One more hit!
What? That's a Kamai King getting away with it!
You know, if I'm Falcons APBren, specifically Kyle, I have the lead. In terms of kills, 5-0 plus a 1.6k gold lead. I'm still gonna be tilted after all that.
Jose, exactly why they are world champions. Exactly why we're on desk and they're not.
Yeah.
Well, they're on some sort of desk, but they're playing and they have the discipline. 5-0. 8.5 minutes in, almost 2k ahead. And here we were talking about how they don't have any burst. They can't really, lay down the smackdown on the turtle early on, but they scored the last one, and that's what counts. Well, sure enough, the rest of the map looks like it belongs to RSG, but give it some time, Falcons APBren will convert into better objectives. Look at the community prediction. 84.5% of everyone watching thinks it should be FCAP given how rough it has been for RSG. But here's the thing, just one turnaround. I think it's still possible for RSG since they do have Nibor who hasn't done much yet. A single I'm offended could turn the tides. Maybe even Light, if he catches like 3 with an AOG.
Yeah, like the one, how he started things off a while ago. Even though it didn't transition to kills, it did secure RSG the first 2 turtles. And with that single play, they could also replicate it this time by securing the Lord.
And really, we haven't seen the mechanic pop off just yet. He's waiting for the right tools to come in. Picking up that HC, Holy Crystal. That's multiples of his magic damage going up in a single item. He is about at the same level, if anything, higher XP than Kyle. So that means Irad isn't behind. It's just he hasn't been able to really get much kills.
Yeah, having a hard time really finding those pickoffs. They do have the crowd control, even the Frigid Glacier from Aqua. But again, we've been saying there are a lot of kits coming in from Falcons APBren. You mentioned the Glorious Pathway, the Implosion, even Few has been dealing a lot of damage. And here comes Ogwin once again! Nibor though, since he has a Brave Spine, he has an extra sustain And again, an almost kill for Falcons APBren.
Wow, kudos to Nibor there, given that was Ogwin and Kyle, who were, what, I would assume at this point miles away in terms of net worth. He's like 50 cent, he walked away with a bullet in him.
Ooh, but Ogwin, though, he did cast the Implosion and the Flicker, so that's 2 major resources down for Falcons APBren. This could be an opening for RSG unless they just trade the Lord for third push up top.
Should be huge here. FCAP first to the scene. Lord approaching half health. Light charging it up, although he is in no man's land. This is tough. Flap played the man-to-man defense. Here's a soft reset.
Okay, here comes Kyle TZ onto Kosei, forcing the Blazing Duet once again. Another resource down for RSG. Will this be an opening for the Bees?
It should be enough, though. I mean, RSG are standing their ground. FCAP don't have a clear go at it. That's the top lane taken care of. Huge wave marching up. Kyle TZ taking his purple first, so they're taking their time as Kusei bum rushes towards the pit.
Okay. Keep an eye out for Nibor. These are the moments wherein Nibor shines again. Highly mechanical player. One I'm offended play, catching the Bees off guard, can indeed turn the tides for RSG.
Could be momentum shifting towards the Raiders. No one home. Lord fully reset here. Interesting how the Lord shuffle has taken such a turn. You don't even have to hide anymore. Very rarely are teams caught off guard by vision. Sometimes you just know where they are. It's just a matter of execution. Implosion!
An Implosion paired up with the Glorious Pathway. This time Kyle TZ pops the Pride of Ice and makes sure to secure the kill. That's his first kill onto Aqua. And Nibor falls down as well. Falcons APBren might get an uncontested Lord.
2 men down. Just Light Ira and Kusei on the map. This is what I was talking about. Again, you knew they were there. It was just a matter of time before you bumped into a bush that had 2 lethal ults waiting for you in it.
Yeah.
And suddenly you're down 2 dudes.
Yeah, it's not a matter of are you going to catch someone. It's a matter of how many are you going to catch. And in that case, I think Ogwin caught 1. But the follow-up from Kyle TZ forced Aqua. But this again, even running after the tank is here from RSG. Cutthroat will not finish the job. Light will indeed be safe, but RSG has to deal with the Lord.
That's what you call a TKO. You don't even have to really kill him. Just send him home. That's enough.
Oh, 1v1.
Irad. Oh, no. Oh, all right. He knows. He knows. He senses it. He senses it. This isn't a 1v1. This is an honorable duel, man.
Yeah. Almost. Super Marco, though. 2-0-2 for this Alice. And the Falcons APBren 3.6k gold lead. A while ago, Owen doesn't have his flicker. But with the Lord marching up top, plus the availability of the flicker, you can ensure that he'll make a really aggressive set to even end the game. Again, Ogwin with the Stigreal, one of the most used heroes, 100% win rate when he's rocking this hero.
It's crazy. He didn't even have to use the flicker. He didn't even have to play off of a conceal that last time. Now here comes the more!
Implosion! Just to counter out Frigid Glacier, though, as RSG answers right back. Kosei has to use the BMI out. Double kill coming in from the Raiders, as Ogwen and Few are the ones left. Ogwen's gonna fall down. Only the El Capitan is left as he takes down Aqua. And that's the defense the Raiders are really backing for right now.
What I tell you, Jose, what I tell you. One, I'm offended. Turning the tides. Taking out 4. Few the only one left, and suddenly RSG shift gears, going on the offensive. Look at that, the gold lead, almost down to 1,000. They take 2 turrets.
And the best part, it's only Aqua who died. Kosei is still alive, although he didn't make much use of the Blazing Duet because he had to use the BMI out in order to evade the burst from Falcons APBren. The damage from the Frigid Glacier and the setup was more than enough to aid Nibor's excellent I'm offended play. How many did he catch? Was it 3? 3, 4?
3, and then the rest of FCAP were forced to respond. I don't know if Ogwin was part of it. One could argue that as a Tigreal, you kind of enjoy being pulled by the MFN. Like, thanks for putting me in a position, right?
Yeah.
But if you're underneath a turret, that just makes it worse. That's a damage multiplier.
Yeah, that's what makes Aqua's Frigid Glacier more crucial because Ogwen actually flickered in, used the implosion after Nibor did that I'm offended play. But after the implosion, with the Frigid Glacier being casted, they were able to counterattack. So that was a crucial timing for Aqua for them to turn things around. But Falcons APBren, though, with one level 1 Lord, it's still a win for them because they were able to take an inhibitor up top.
Pyrrhic victory, if you ask me. Cost them a lot, but they got what they wanted on the way out. Looking at the gold lead here, Again, just down to 600. There's the implosion. This could be a fight.
Wow, takes 5 Bs to bring down Light. Was it all worth it though? Because RSG might go for the counter engage. Baptiste starts things off once again with the Glorious Pathway. Kosei still being able to free hit here. Irad goes for the backline after Few, but Ogwin is there to defend his captain. And a killing spree coming in from Few in exchange for Bulletproof Marco.
Irad and Light for Marco. It's odd seeing Marco play this role. Being so upfront, playing the peel, it's uncanny. I'm not comfortable with it, but hey, FCAP have to do what they gotta do to get a win in week 6. Now looking at the Lord, I'm not so sure if it's so free. Given that RSG can actually just send Light in there, if FCAP's gonna blitz it,
yeah,
by all means, try. But again, they still don't have the burst. The same dynamics are in play here. That's why these team fights last so long. Even with just a 1 for 2, a 2 for 3, like they would still last upwards of 20, 30 seconds.
Yeah, and the best part is, for RSG, they have a natural marksman, a pure marksman, known for dominating the late game. Kosei with the Claude, looking at the KDA. This time, he's the one who's bulletproof. 104, always casting the Purifier right on time. Even if not all the bullets of the Blazing Duet are connecting, the important thing is his positioning. He was able to dish out a lot of basic attacks. That's why they were able to burst down members from Falcons APBren. And now RSG, Nibor was the X Factor plus Aqua during the defense. Nibor has to replicate it this time and secure the Lord for Irad.
I don't disagree with you. All right, I think Nibor has to play a key role here, but also some good news for the Raiders. It's not just on Nibor now. I think RSG have farmed up to the point where they close the gap. 3K, 4K gold lead, no more, just 500, 600. And they have enough items to actually punish FCAP. Look at that, the Lantern on Aqua. Now the Lord, down to a 5th of his health, a 10th!
Here comes the blitz from Falcons APBren. Irad nowhere to be found, that's why it's going to be free. Kyle TC gets the Lord. Now an AOG coming in from Light. Here comes the Frigid Glacier. Neighbor onto the backline, going to bring down Ogwin. Here comes Kosei with a Blazing Duet. In exchange for 2, Ogwin and Flap TC is going to fall down as well. A Lord for 2 bodies. Might be a win for RSG.
I'll call it a win, man, by a very small margin. Look at the Raiders marching through mid. They want to penetrate. They want to make sure FCAP remembers this risky trade. Oh, it comes
Kyle! A beautiful taunt from Light to make sure there is no burst once again from Kyle TZ. We've been seeing a lot of steel cables cutthroat play from Kyle, but looking at this KDA, only 1 kill so far.
Man, Light, just like Dumbledore from Percy Jackson, you shall not pass. That could have been lethal. Kusei could have died there. Aqua could have gotten his passive pop. Irad could have died again.
Yeah.
Irad's not building the Blood Wings. Like, he doesn't need it. Like, he knows that I'm here to just get kills. And he's not the usual, he built concentrated energy.
Yeah.
So he's going off of the fact that I will deal damage to hurt you to keep myself alive.
Yeah, he doesn't need to go first. We've been seeing a lot of times Irad always goes for the late entry along with Kosei. It's always Nibor and Light starting things off.
But imagine if Kyle got him. There wouldn't have been some damage for Irad to put out, so he would have died. He would have gotten bursted through.
That's how much trust he has with Light.
And luckily Light comes through. Like what? 4 out of 5 times this game? That's why Irad only died once.
Imagine to counteract those steel cables. Normally you'd have a Kufra with a bouncing ball, but the taunt was enough for Light. This time they find Flap TZ.
Uh-oh.
Will they be able to force out the Glorious Pathway? Here comes Ogwin with the conceal. He has the flicker though. Kyle TZ once again for the backline with the cutthroat. Irad and Kosei still alive. Now on the charge for the beast. They're working on Aqua. Does he have the Pride Device? He does have it. And the Frigid Glacier as well. But look at the base. Kyle TZ doesn't care about the clash anymore. I don't want kills. Kyle TZ makes sure we get the win!
It happened again! It happened again! Falcons APBren win off of minions. It happened again, Jose.
Kyle TZ has had enough. This game's gonna mess up my KDA, but I'm just gonna make sure we're gonna win with an amazing split push off the distraction from the rest of his teammates.
I wonder what Alex and Renmar think as we throw it over to the Infinix Game to buy and talk to us about them minions.
You know what? I like how he designed decided to join in for a bit.
Yeah.
But just for a bit, because he had other plans in mind.
That was a Fanny that said, hey, Ogwen, I'm going to set up the team fight, okay? And then I'm also going to win it too with a split push. And I think that was a perfect way to end it because clearly Kyle Teasy was the main factor for the entirety of the game for Falcons APBren because he was the guy who was making things happen before things happened. Does that sound vague? No, but in the sense of, well, while we want to play around our MVP, Ogwen, with his counter sets, his initiations, yes, as a Fanny, what you can do is either pick off before the fight starts or pick off in the sense that you're going to bring someone low so that you have an advantage already built, which makes it a little bit easier for the man marking and the targeting of your EXP laner and roamer that Ogwen made the most out of.
Yep, and I think that the last sequence coming in from Kyle TZ was a huge factor as to why Falcons APBren decided to just pursue that team fight and really just go all in not allowing RSG Philippines to get back to their base anymore. Since he was able to get 2 crucial heroes for RSG Philippines down on a very low HP bar. And after that entire thing, it was just a lot it was just continuous signals here for Ogwen. I'd also like to point out how he really made or maximized the presence of his fleeting time. I think whenever he found an opening, even if it meant him sacrificing himself, it was okay. If that meant he was able to buy enough time, and that also meant Light, unfortunately, isolating himself on the for the remaining members of Falcons APBren, which allowed them enough room to eventually take him down and not bother or worry about the other members of RSG Philippines anymore.
Yeah, and this is a great highlight show of, well, this, I think, is one of the biggest turnaround moments that Falcons APBren could have had. Turned around in the sense that it secured their position in the map at being at an advantage. Remember, that was coming from a position wherein they lost 4 in their siege up top, and then they forced the play so that they could pick out Light, which eventually, questionable for RSG Philippines to continue that. I believe it was Ira and Nibor going for the charge, and Falcons APBren was able to take another kill. They lost Super Marco, but they eventually got the Lord in the game. So we mentioned that this is a game that would be determined in the rotations for the early to mid. We didn't get to see that because, again, Kyle TZ, alongside with the rotations of Ogwen, shut down any ideas of either team actually for finding a sneaky way of getting a lead in the early game, and they just were honest about it. They fought around with the objectives, and Kyle TZ just played, okay, the objective timer's coming up, it's already up there, let's see if I can go in, swoop in, get a pick off. It's not a pick off, okay, I'm gonna bring someone low, and then they'll already have a mini advantage there. And I think now with Tigreal 6-0, it's no joke. He is the modern-day Atlas of what Atlas used to be back in MPL Philippines Season 8 and 9.
Yeah, I really agree with that, since it felt like Falcons APBren, they weren't really focused on securing the objectives in the early stages just yet. If they get to take it, then that's a bonus for them, but it's entirely the main plan, which they wanted to go by in the early stages. And I think for RSG, this somewhat showed signs of hope in terms of like the problems they wanted to tackle overall in their current situation, wherein they're struggling in the late game, and there was a time they nearly turned things around. They really nearly turned things around. It's just like being patient, waiting for their conditions to eventually be met or activated, particularly Nibor with that crucial I'm offended play he did up top, and that subsequent continuous takedowns on the remaining turrets, outer turrets here for Falcons APBren. But it's just that whenever it boils down to you have no choice but to take us on by the team fights, it was really Falcons APBren making the most out of it. And I think it also had something to do with that certain level of unpredictability with how Falcons APBren decided to approach this match, because I agree with what our casters mentioned earlier. This is a very unusual sight to see Ogwen typically being the first to go in and even the first to go down whenever there was a team fight.
Yeah, in this meta, and I think this is a tip for a lot of the younger players out there, and we're actually seeing these trends in MDL Philippines and MDL Indonesia, even the Academy League of Malaysia, where they've acknowledged that, okay, what the pros are doing, it's not necessarily always the roamer who's in the front. It's the EXP laner, or if it's a mobile assassin who can get away quickly, it's going to be your mobile assassin. And I think this is also a good way to, a good look at the game where the mid laners play such a big role in terms of the team fights that the roamers of both teams acknowledge them. Ogwen would be hunting down Aqua and waiting for Aqua's entry, and as you mentioned earlier, Light, who unfortunately would always be left behind diving straight into the back line, was looking for Few. And one thing I want to commend Few doing is that he actually adjusted his item build. I believe he ended up getting the Winter Crown much earlier than expected, so that he can survive a little bit longer up against the dives of Light. And then eventually that's when he brought in the Lantern as the third item, even went for the Blood Wings. So it's a good acknowledgement by both mid laners, with Aqua even rushing the Blood Wings himself and eventually making Divine Glaive his second item priority. That for Few, he needed to be defensive, while Aqua, he needed to be defensive, but at the same time, catch up on the damage. Yeah, it's an interesting approach by these two mid laners.
Really, especially for Super Marco. Like, I'm not entirely sure if he wanted to just play safe at for that entire game, because it really felt like he was just willingly not thinking about his bulletproof title for that entire game. It was just him really looking for the enemies and at times really being the first to fall. But for now, let's listen in on what Mara has to say. I think there are a little bit of news or reports that are going on around, not just here in the Philippines.
Welcome to M News. As the road to M6 is getting closer and closer, let's get a glimpse around the world of competitive MLBB. First up, let's head to MPL Indonesia. Last night, the classic derby featuring RRQ Hoshi and EVO's legends. We saw the biggest upset of MPL Indonesia Season 14. Now, why was this such a big deal? This is because no one expected the 9th seed to be able to beat the 1st seed. RRQ Hoshi was enjoying 8 straight wins until EVO showed up last night and gave them a reverse sweep, ending their streak and hurting their pride. And now after Indonesia, let's move on to MPL Singapore. Now we're gonna be talking about the Dream Team NIP Flash dominating the standings. Their match record, 6-0. Their game record, 12-0. No one has been able to beat NIP Flash. And in their latest match against Homeboys, our Pinoy pride, Kurt Teasy, was flexing Fanny in the mid lane. And we're gonna be talking more on that in the meta check. And finally, we're pleased to announce the M6 World Championship happening in a Swiss format. 16 of the world's best will begin the best of one head-to-head group stage at Itayon. They need to win 3 times to be able to make it to the knockout stage. If you don't win 3, well, you're out early. What do you guys think about this Swiss format? Write it down below. We're gonna be discussing.
There have been so much adjustments and changes, especially in the M6, and sudden, I'd say, upsets even in other MPL regions.
Yeah, MPL SG is interesting to me. It is, NIP Flash Playground. They're doing so many things. They're undefeated, totally undefeated. No games dropped. Mid lane Fanny.
Mid lane Fanny.
Kurt Teasy, you're the man.
I can't believe he decided to show some mid lane Fanny. Like, I thought the mid lane Martis and all that were already enough.
You thought that was peak already.
I thought that was peak.
There was more.
That's Kurt Teasy, by the way. So I wonder what could potentially happen if ever they do meet once again with our soon-to-be PH representatives. Like, what other tricks do they have? Or how will that fare up against our systematic teams here in the Philippines? But then, going back, here we are. It's still RSG Philippines against Falcons APBren, currently behind. Currently at match point for Falcons APBren, and there were some signs earlier for RSG Philippines, but in the end, it's really just Falcons APBren doing things, I think, by the book, really, what they just really needed to do with their kind of composition. But before we head into the next game, and before we find out what would really happen for this, because I think there are things that we really have to consider in terms of like standings. How will this series and its outcome will be affecting even the teams in our next series later. But let's first head on and look for our Index Salon freshest look. Index Salon Beauties. Where could you be here in the MPL arena? If ever you are chosen, you will be
He's risen.
winning Index Salon merchandise. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
He's risen.
He's a real Sigma or something.
Oh no, I don't have a jawline, so I can't relate.
He was saying that he doesn't have one either, but he's our Index Salon Beauty for today. So congratulations to you and keep rising. Is that? could you like make that a greeting or something?
Bring it to 2024. Keep rising. Okay, sure.
At least he's shown.
To the young boys and girls out there, and all the fine men and women of our MLBB community, follow Brigida's advice. Just keep rising.
Yeah. I can stand by what I say.
Yeah.
Keep rising. Yeah.
Keep rising.
Yeah. And now that we've talked about the conditions that might just be affecting the overall playoffs, teams, or standings and conditions later on. So for those who may not be familiar just yet, if ever RSG does win this series and they do take the reverse sweep, it will be crucial for TNC to win the series later against Smart Omega if they want to save their chances of getting into the playoffs. But if it goes the other way around and Falcons APBren wins this series, then that also works if you were TNC, because you will get to immediately avoid elimination without doing anything just yet.
Yeah, so fingers crossed right now are the members of the Phoenix Army. If TNC Pro team is just hoping RSG Philippines doesn't win this, that means their playoffs hopes are still alive. Crazy, considering the season that TNC Pro team has had. But for RSG Philippines now heading into this 33.33 counting unlimited numbers win rate for their side selection. I mean, they have had a incredibly difficult season. Now the blue side, they're really just respecting the Matilda here, and I would understand why. I think we're looking at Edith, Hayabusa, Fanny priorities right now.
How about the... I mean, earlier, RSG Philippines also did prioritize Nibor's hero, but it was a Ruby. It was sort of like a hero you would want to still flex and just consider for certain matchups. But then it did seem like they were just forced to put it in the XP lane earlier. So would they be able to get their hands on either the Phobius or the Edith? Some comfort picks here for
I think Falcons would want to take that out. But if they're going to lean in on their ideology of, all right, let's just put in a lot of tanks, because now gold laners, marksman gold laners are actually quite difficult to pull off. Oh no, they're not. They're still not going to give it. They're still respecting Nibor's phobias. Okay. I don't know. An interesting note though about Edith and Roger is, again, the lingering question for them since the start of this week and heading into week 7 is, how much will teams prioritize them? As time goes on, more scrims are happening. Teams are starting to acknowledge that it is a bit harder to pull them off. With Thunderbelt getting nerfed, you sort of indirectly nerfed Edith, Hylos, and all that. And Hylos also did get nerfed. Roger did get nerfed as well. So you can't get that crazy snowball in the early game. So, which is why we're seeing Hayabusas getting rushed, Nolan getting rushed.
I agree. So could it be possible that if ever even the Edith gets taken out, that RSG Philippines will just prioritize Irad's hero instead? Compared to earlier, I mean, the Link, the Hayabusa, and the Nolan are still available. Not unless they still want to stick with the Julian. I think Team Liquid yesterday, they even prioritized the Julian for their first pick, but that's them. But I guess it still depends on the overall idea that you really want to keep in mind going into the match. But for Falcons APBren, will they let the Edith pass? Or are they planning to ban out something else here for RSG? Oh!
It's a good ban, but RSG, I think they can consider rushing the Ling or the Nolan if they want to. However, there are still some key heroes that can be high invade to mess up either of those. So I honestly wouldn't be so remiss with Nolan, Ling, Prio. Although Ling has fallen out.
And actually, it's just the Matilda banned out right now. The Paramus is still available just in case. for Falcons APBren, and we've seen teams playing around with the firearms, even together with the Tigreal, but then
Yeah.
Tigreal is no longer available as well for Falcons APBren here. So would they be the ones to want to rush the Assassins instead? Taking the Hayabusa immediately for, no, I mean the Nolan or the
They
Lee?
can. They can. We'll see. We'll see. I would like a Nolan. There we go. And maybe Moss. Let's see if they'll go Moskov. Midnight's saying Julian, and I think we were saying it also as well. Ooh. Straight into the high loss, okay.
Yeah, it's interesting since even despite the nerfs that Hylos has previously went through, Flap plays the Hylos relatively aggressive. In the early stages of the game, we've seen him earlier with a 3-0-2 standing, I think, for the first 5 or 6 minutes. That's kind of unexpected, but again, he was up against a Ruby. This time, if ever this is going to be a Hylos XP, which I think it will, it's going to be up against the Edith. So
Yeah.
might be a little bit more tricky compared to earlier.
Yeah, I think Falcons APBren would want to go for more burst later on for their mid. If it's open, get the Vexana right away. Oh, chasing the power picks, so they go with the Ling, then the Harith. Few pickup will be important. If they don't end up getting for a crowd control mid laner like an Aurora, Vexana, few could honestly go Lilia here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There
Oh,
they
of
go.
course.
So, yeah.
How could I forget?
They do decide to pick up the fireman still either
Yes.
way, even though the Matilda and the Tigreal are no longer available.
Yeah, Falcons APBren would need to ban the Valentina though.
So that's one slot from their bans immediately taken out. But wait, was that the Louis? Oh.
Yeah, that's also still very understandable.
So they prevent further global presence here for RSG Philippines. So oh no, they won't be considering the Moscow anymore as well.
Yeah.
Maybe for Falcons APBren, but if we are really going to stick with the idea that we're no longer going to see marksmen in the gold lane as much, then would they still want to go for either the no, at this point I'm not entirely sure if the Alice is still a good idea.
Yeah. I think if I remember back in Season 7 when it was always just Alice, Lunox, Harith as the dueling in the gold lane. I think there were really times where we would see sometimes Alice struggle, but no, RSG Philippines actually still respecting it. They don't want to deal with it. Okay, so we might go back to the normal gold lane matchups that we've been seeing. Moskov is still open for Super Marco if he wants to.
Is that the Super Marco version or something?
No, that's...
Oh no, yeah.
Y'all know what that is.
You know what it is.
Y'all don't... You guys don't need me to say what that is.
I can't believe it made it here to the MPL arena. All right. So that's...
I love our community for that.
That's still promoting our M5 skins. At the end of the day, it's about promoting our M5 skins. All right, so look at how happy our MPL fans are right now. So, oh, wait, they don't decide to ban out the Valentina. It's still open here for RSG Philippines.
Oh, they'd rather play into giving the Nether Realm to them. Interesting choice, sure.
Well, and now because of that, even the Moscov's taken out here for Falcons APBren.
Rough buddy. I think Super Marco might be trapped with either a carry or a Claude. You don't see enough pieces for a carry.
Yep. Not yet.
Are they going to consider bringing...
Oh yeah, it's a Claude.
Oh, it is a Claude, okay.
It's the safer option here. And at the very least, they have the Faramis and even the Hyla, so that's a lot of space they could potentially create here.
Very true.
For the Claude. But for the remaining two picks here for RSG Philippines, they're lacking their roamer, their light hero. Not unless, but I really feel like this is an abort Edith. So they're lacking their light hero as well as their mid laner. The Valentina again is still open. So is the... Would they want to go for the comforts, right? I'm not entirely sure if you'd still want the pick-off in this kind of scenario. It's still a Faramis that you're going up against here for Falcons APBren. So what other options are available here for light just in case? But then, yeah, if ever the show is there. Wait. So this is a light. This is a light Edith?
Yeah, it's a light Edith, and of course, Valentina will get picked up there by Aqua. Toms, that's going to be a Toms with a vengeance. I think they were just thinking they needed a hero with a vengeance, and honestly, as another beefy frontliner. But that's dependent on RSG Philippines winning some early trades. Because if they lose the early, that Toms loses. You lose a frontliner right away.
And how likely is it going to be for RSG to regain the momentum if ever they do lose the early game? Since at this point, it might be too dependent on how long will Irad be able to hold out the map for them.
Yeah.
Since the late game definitely might just be going into the hands of Falcons APBren. So they close out their draft with a Ruby. So if ever RSG does opt to go for the team fights, then at least for Falcons APBren, they have a way to deal with that pressure because they have a Ruby which will go into the roam.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting choices here. Obviously, the early to mid game for Falcons APBren could be terrifying with Nolan Faramis together. However, RSG Philippines are gonna wanna play aggressive. They have to find some wins early, help Nibor win early.
I'm so curious to see what will happen in the Land of Dawn, so let's head over to our casters, Leo and Egan. Take it away.
And away we shall take it into game number 2. Falcons APBren at match point. Jose and Leo here bringing you the action. It's odd how Falcons APBren actually welcomed the Valentina. Like, to be a fly on that wall in that draft, why did Falcons APBren allow for this? Because obviously, they now also have their own NetherRealm.
Yeah, I mean, they want to go for the clashes, want to go out sustain as well their opponents, and this is the basic matchup we've been seeing since forever. The Valentina Faramis, so we can expect a lot of intense matchups. And I do agree with what Renmar and Brigida said. Similar to like a Jawhead, if this Thamus is on the receiving end, it's going to be almost non-existent all throughout the game.
And again, do note this is Nibor playing it. We're so used to him playing the Edith. You know, single approach, single initiations, turning the tides of battle. Here he's more of a eminent threat. Like, he has to stand in a place wherein he can barrel through a lineup and force his way through. I don't know if that's worth it. I don't know if it's going to work out because obviously throughout the draft, RSG switched it up. They stepped on the clutch. They said, hey, Light, you're playing the Edith. I don't know if FCAP was ready for that.
Yeah, honestly, if RSG just really avoids the early aggression that Renmar and Brigid has been telling FCAP's plan, Nibor's gonna be fine because again his mechanical skills in terms of laning phase along with his Thamus compared to a Hylos has more mobility, has more outplay potential. He's gonna be fine.
So I guess it's a blessing in disguise that the Hylos is in the XP lane too. Oh, check this out! Early action!
Here comes the early action, but this time Ogwen is the one who's gonna fall down. Kyle TZ wants to answer right back, but Irad's not backing down. Okay, so this is what they were saying a while ago. If RSG manages to catch FCAP's, stop FCAP's aggression, they're gonna be fine.
With their own,
yeah.
RSG now transitioning into their own turtle take. That's 4 members against 2. Nibor on Flap TZ, pushing him out of that Y brush. I wonder. It's a clean take. RSG's got this.
Yeah, no trades for Falcons APBren. Even Nibor working extra hours there, trying to zone out Flap TZ.
Oh.
Wow, this is a very aggressive Nibor that we've all been waiting to see.
Jose, I gotta tell you, it's a perfect first 2 minutes for RSG. I would love to take a video of that play from that kill in mid onto Ogwen, in the transition to the turtle, put it on a frame, hang it on my wall. Like that's perfect.
That's how perfect
That's
it
what
is.
you do. That's
10
what
out
you
of
do.
10.
Yeah, you go for the pickoff, convert straight into a objective. Again, you mentioned how Nibor was just playing man-to-man defense.
Yeah.
That's how you end up with a 700 gold lead this early on.
Now they want to replicate what they did a while ago. And just to add to your point though, even Kyle TZ tried to go in with a fracture, trying to burst down Aqua. Didn't even succeed.
It's that attempt by Kyle that made it really seem like FCAP was behind.
Yeah.
Like RSG was calling all the shots that early on. Gold lead ballooning out of control here. Now up to 1,000 and change. Let's talk about this gold lane matchup. The Harith versus the Clone. We'll do that later. Fuse in trouble.
Nibor with the counter on Inferno. Very tanky. Kyle TZ has to walk away now as Nibor pops up the Vengeance. But Irad, on the other hand, goes for a few. Pops the Temples and Blades. Will he connect with the Defiant Sword? Yes, he will. Fuse gonna fall down. And RSG just extending the lead to 1.7.
And here comes Ogwen with the pull.
Here comes the chase from Falcons APBren, but a save from Aqua, making sure that the Light remains unbothered.
Highway robbery.
Yeah.
Literally stole the Netherrealm, used it to their advantage, and now I'm wondering if FCAP is kicking themselves in the behind. Why did we open up the Valentina? That wouldn't have happened if it was any other mid laner. By the way, they banned out a lot of the big things. Hey, whoa, whoa, whoa! Grant the purple, was it?
Grant that purple indeed. That's why FlapTZ wants to chase, wants to punish Irad.
Punish him!
But Nibor says no. Just acting as a secondary tank for RSG. And this is what Nats has been saying. Really, really focus on, capitalize on the mistakes of Falcons APBren. And it's not even Falcons APBren making mistakes. It's RSG forcing them to make mistakes.
That's right, and all the more impressive is how FCAP finds a way to finesse a turtle take. Wow, second turtle going over to FCAP. All right, save for that FCAP turtle take out of nowhere, I'm pretty sure RSG knew that they would have gotten punished by that false engage. I'm impressed how Nibor is using the stamps. Like, it's not even about mechanics anymore. Yeah. It's not even about laning. It's understanding the limits of his hero and using it to benefit his whole team. It's not like he's controlling FlapTZ. He's just being enough of a nuisance to say, hey, you fight me, it's gonna hurt.
I actually agree. And that's contrast to what Nats has said a while ago, that when it comes to the clashes, you know, Nibor really needs to work on that. And this time, he's showing what he's capable of. Imagine all the 1v1s, the man-to-man defense he's been doing against FCAP.
Jose, long and short of it is, he's denying clashes.
Yeah.
He's putting down members of FCAP to a low enough state that they will think twice about going 5v5. And that's almost just as important. And this is allowing RSG to be aggressive on all the other fronts. Look at top.
Speaking of aggression, Kosei
he's dancing.
Dancing on the dance floor. Pops the Salmon Force to make sure they have the advantage when it comes to the turret takedowns. And all I can say is the Faramis Kyle TZ connection with the Nolan is indeed scary, as what Renmar mentioned. RSG doesn't care. They don't care.
The potential is scary.
Yeah.
But the way RSG is playing is they're not allowing for it to affect them. Like, you know what they say? The greatest weapon is fear.
Yeah.
They don't even fear that. So they're just running through it.
Kosei even just walked past the I'm offended play. Didn't even bother to dash out.
Nope.
Still hasn't popped his Purify yet. That's how confident they are now working on Ogwin. But FlapTZ wants to answer right back with a glorious pathway. Salmon Force will be casted as well, and no clash will ensue. But looking at the gold lane, just Kosei really dominating, forcing Super Marco to really have an uncomfortable state in his laning phase.
That's right. Luckily for Super Marco, he's the more mobile in terms of rotational speed. So he can double lane. He can put himself in a position to better make use of the fact that he can't fight back. So best believe of all the members of Falcons APBren, Super Marco should be relatively comfortable when it comes to farming. Up at least until Irad starts hunting him down. Right now, the last turtle has spawned lower quarter. They're both shuffling for it. And so far, I'm getting the sense that FCAP don't want to let this go. Like, it's not for free.
Yeah. But Light, though, has a good position. We're just waiting for the perfect Earth Shatter combination.
I dare you.
I dare you.
Cross the threshold.
FlapTZ also daring Nibor to go in. Here comes a glorious pathway, but Kyle TZ nowhere to be found. I think it's going to be RSG who's going to secure this turtle. Now the clash ensues. Again, the chase for the Raiders. Nibor goes in, jumps in as well. There's the Netherrealms casted, and look at Irad, the mechanic, going right after FlapTZ. But Ogwin answers right back along with Super Marco with the kill. Ogwin's still alive. Aqua wants to go for the chase, but Kyle TZ says no. Now here comes the Bees with a counter attack, stinging away the Raiders as they take down 2.
Massive trade here. FlapTZ for Light and Aqua. All throughout the commotion. Here comes the mechanic, and Kyle TZ spots him.
Oh! Does he have the pitch points out? No, he doesn't. And Few takes away the kill.
That's veteran Wiles right there. Few ever aware of what's going on the map. Heeds Kyle TZ's call, saying, hey, we can punish Irad. And sure, Irad got away with the turret push, but he paid with his life. Now FCAP, all the more ready to convert. There's a pull!
Ogwin just making sure Light doesn't manage to escape as they work on the middle lane turret. Kosei has to answer right back. Here comes Kyle TZ. 5-man rotation for Falcons APBren. And with one I'm offended play, Falcons APBren has cut down the lead to 500.
The Bees are not out of the woods just yet. They're still down. They definitely have to work on the map. Top lane, there's an advantage for RSG. Bottom lane, there's an advantage for RSG. And Turtles, a majority went over to the Raiders. So with that said, Falcons APBren have yet to hit their stride. Looking at the items, my theory was correct. Super Marco still very well farmed up. Hell, maybe 100 to 200 gold up on Kusei despite struggling in the laning phase. And now wait, Ogwin, oh, he looks to fight!
The catch is not there. Tempest of Blades, he has to pop it. And now, Falcons APBren, they aren't afraid, even if RSG's just starting things. Again, this is what Brigida mentioned a while ago. Even if RSG wants to go all in, because of the Ruby, don't run Wolf King, they can turn things around.
That's right. Falcons APBren, it's not like they can't fight back. It's just they have to choose their fights. And the main reason why, I don't know if you agree with me, is because Nibor is so good. Look at this, he's doing it now!
Okay, Nibor catches them. But the NetherRealm from both of these teams are here. A lot of ultimates being casted. Irad wants to go for the chase onto Kyle TC. He has to back away though. Falcons APBren needs to respect the damage coming in from RSG. And with the two NetherRealms there, plus the glorious pathway and revitalize, no one died. No one.
And that's what I'm saying. RSG, Nibor specifically, he's so good at... Wait. Does Kusei know? Woo! Checked in. All right. Threw a synchro fission up in that Y bush. He knows there's shenanigans afoot. All right, so what I was trying to say is, before Nibor so hastily started the fight, is he's so good at cutting right through FCAP's lineup. So he's ready to divert all the aggression on him so that the rest of RSG can collapse on. That's why, despite both mid laners pulling the trigger on the NetherRealm almost at the same time, FCAP's expired first. Wait,
oh, look at the pull from View! Light still has the Primal Wrath though, but Irad gets the Lord. Now they want to go for the punish. Falcons APBren will get Light. And that's a good, that's the zone, that's the beefy lineup of RSG.
Yep. Again, they were able to sacrifice Light only to let Irad get the clean retribution. And the only reason why this happened is, well, not the only reason, but a major factor here is Nibor wasn't able to stand in front of FCAP and say, look at me, look at me. Like, that's what led RSG to winning a lot of the fights early on. But here, in that case, FCAP went in for the late entry, through that river brush, and then forced RSG to make a choice. Are we leaning into this fight? Are we going for heroes or Lord? They said Lord.
Yeah, and what made the clash for RSG more worth it is that they were able to defend their mid lane turret, because Falcons APBren was indeed looking for a trade. They wanted to go for a Light, they got him, and the next objective was supposed to be the mid lane turret. But RSG knows this, that's why Kosei was ready to clear out the minions, even if Falcons APBren wants to go in, dive in, just to get a turret.
Now check it out. FCAP making quick work of that Lord down bottom, although I think RSG is happy with the result anyways, taking down that tier 2 while keeping their tier 1 and tier 2. So again, on a lane-to-lane basis, RSG's calling all the shots. FCAP only has their mid lane tier 1 left, the main artery. And now I think this is what the setup is playing. Or this is what this play is setting up. Look at this, RSG taking control of the bush here. Ogwin misses the I'm offended. Looking for the re-engage. Oh wow, RSG, the patience.
Okay. This time though, RSG, they just don't have to watch out for the I'm offended play, because Few's been pulling a lot with the Shadow Stampede.
It's 2 pulls basically.
It's 2 pulls. So RSG's been doing a good job trying to wait a minute. Irad goes for Super Marco, Tempest and Blades, forcing a Few to use the NetherRealm. That's a win for RSG.
That's one way to do it. Oh, and now look at this, FCAP 2v2.
Okay, Primal Wrath will be casted here for Light, as Nibor and Kosei works on the turret up top.
Amazing macro play by RSG. Truth be told, I don't think Irad even wanted to get the kill. If he got the kill, that would have been a bonus. He knew what he was working with. He knew that the NetherRealm was there. He knew there were more members there. And he said, you know what? This is all for top. This is all for Nibor to get that push. And they did.
Yeah, macro gameplay for RSG, really showing a lot of improvements. But what amazes me more is Falcons APBren managing the economy, the gold lead of RSG, still at 800 despite the disparity of the turret takedowns. Here comes the pull once again from Few.
Oh yeah, for sure. Again, one of the keys to the whole defense, and I'm offended on Light!
They want to burst down Light. He has the Primal Wrath, he has the Flicker. Here comes the pull once again! Will he be able to cast a Primal Wrath? Yes, he did! And Aqua with the clutch NetherRealm. Falcons APBren though, will they go for the charge? still secures the kill onto Light. Now Kyle TZ goes in with a fracture. Look at Irad goes in as Nibber jumps as well, but they have their own nether realm. Here comes the blazing duet coming in from Super Marco. Nibber's gonna fall down. Falcons APBren again. No B died that clash.
They keep a buzzing, and they're still here. And the Lord stands. Nibber and Light out of the equation. Best case scenario, FCAP gets the Lord and the turret in mid. But wait, Irad. Oh man, here comes Irad. Spots Kyle. What are they doing?
But Irad doesn't have the Tempest of Blades. That's why FCAP, they can burst down this Lord. They can get it for free. Retribution on cooldown also for Irad as Falcons APBren will look to charge against Irad.
Whoa.
Here comes the conceal. Few, Super Marco, Ogwin just working on Irad, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. He still hasn't had the Tempest of Blades. Now he does. Will he be able to escape? Pinch Voice is there, and he did.
Takes four blades on the way out.
Yeah.
All right.
Doesn't have to, but he did.
He bought time.
Yeah.
Again, that was a what? Solid 3 to 5 seconds that FCAP could have done something else, rotated towards a more beneficial route, take more turrets. They are escorting this enhanced Lord up top. Mid lane should have a beefy wave spawning through, and now FCAP in the driver's seat. Clearly, that long setup sequence put our defending world champions in a spot they've never seen all game 2. Like all game 2, I'll tell you now, RSG was in control. Yeah. And now the question is, where does Nibor come in? Like how can he do what he was doing mid-game?
At this point, Falcons APBren isn't even minding Nibor. They know it's hard to burst him down. Just look for the damage dealers as Flap TC casts Glorious Pathway. You have to watch for the pull once again. Owen goes there. Aqua uses the Nether Realm first, as well as the Zaman Force. But here comes Few. They want to counter-engage, working on Aqua. Here comes the stun. Will they be able to take him down? No, indeed. But Kyle TZ up against Irad. Pop the Tempest of Blade, but Kyle TZ still there! Catches the mechanic and takes one.
They folded that boy in half. Suddenly, FCAP have hit a power spike where they just shrug off all of RSG's ults. Jose, you saw that. That was everything thrown at FCAP to defend.
Nothing for RSG. Even they're afraid of Few because of the Shadow Stampede.
And Few didn't even need to use Nether Realm.
It's just for safety. It's overkill basically for Falcons APBren.
I can smell it. I think the beast knows. Okay. It might be endable.
Glorious Pathway. Oh! I'm offended. Flicker play plus the pull from Few. Super Marco. We all know the entry from the Blazing Duet. Here comes the Nether Realm as Falcons APBren bounces back and takes down RSG Philippines.
Falcons are here. 2-0 against the Raiders. This definitely helps in TNC Pro Team's playoffs hopes. FCAP's taken the victory.
They won for themselves. They also won for TNC's playoff standings. But most importantly, they found their formula once again after suffering a loss from the Agents. Falcons APBren might be a step closer once again to their championship form.
And with the bounce back of one, you wonder for the other. The former MSC champions, the Season 9 MPL champions, lay in shambles as they keep their heads up high in defeat. Jose, Ingan, man, what is wrong with RSG right now? How can they figure this out? I've never seen them this shaky, not this late into the season.
They have to go through the process. I mean, they're showing glimpses of improvements with what has been mentioned, with what they're lacking. But again, you can't just show your improvements right away up against a Titan. It's hard to do that.
They have reclaimed their Titan status. Not like they ever lost it. They're on stage with Mara Aquino. Falcons APBren, a sweeping win against RSG PH. Let's hear from them in their winners post-match interview.
All right, everybody, give it up for Falcons, for APBren. Congratulations sa win nyo. Now, pasok na kayo sa playoffs. So, paano nyo ba ina-approach yung mga susunod na laban? I mean, you guys don't have anything to worry about right now. So, what's your mindset in terms of each and every game and match?
Ano po, yung mindset po namin is maayos namin lahat ng mga simpleng errors. Tapos, ini-aim po namin na mapunta kami sa upper bracket.
Upper bracket is the goal right now. Actually, ito, Few, bilang captain, right? After a loss, kasi sanay kami kasi sa inyo, laging nananalo. So when you guys have a loss, just like what you had last time, ano yung mga kinukuha mo doon so you're able to apply it for the next games, and how are you able to approach your team?
Pinapanood namin yung mga match namin, tapos individually, tinitignan namin kung saan kami nagkamali. Tapos tsaka namin pag-uusapan na sa team kung ano yung parang team error namin. Tapos, ayun, doon kami nag-uusap-usap na dapat hindi na maulit yan sa susunod na laban.
How are you as a captain? Strict ka ba? Paano mo sila, pinapagalitan mo ba sila? Paano ba?
Hindi naman. Hindi naman sila alam pagalitan kasi madisiplinado rin talaga sila.
So, mabait ka?
Mabait ako.
Tama ba? Hindi kayo pinapagalitan? Hindi at all?
Si Flap lang.
Si Flap lang? Si Flap? Okay. Kunyari, actually, Ogwen, gusto ko malaman. So, let's say may nangyari. Etong si Few, paano kayo kinakausap? I wanna see how the captain is.
Nice try, guys. Flap, paulit-ulit ka na naman.
I like it. Kasi that makes you like such a kuya. Ano naman, we're about to announce the MVP. Can I hear some names? Sino? Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. Phew! Phew! Okay, anong gusto mo sabihin sa lahat ng mga supporters nyo?
Sa lahat ng supporters na nanood dito sa Raiders, pati sa B, syempre, sobrang laking pasasalamat namin na nanood kayo. Sobrang saya na maglaro ng maraming audience.
Oh, ano sasabihin mo kay Flap after?
Hindi, ngayon maganda yung ni Flap. Malupit si Flap.
Malupit ang kanyang ginawa ngayong araw na to. At malupit na makukuha ng ating lucky fan na magkakaroon ng 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Hello! Come on up! Hi! What's your name?
Iyan po.
Ian! Ian, ang ganda ng contacts mo, ang ganda ng mata mo, nakakagulat ah. Para kang werewolf. Sino dito ang favorite player mo?
Si Flap TC.
Si Flap! Okay, tabi kayo ni Flap. Talas, bakit? Ano bang meron kay Flap?
Ang galing po ng play niya kanina.
Ang galing ng play niya kanina. Meron ka bang gustong sabihin sa idol mo?
Continue lang po yung laro nila para umabot hanggang final.
Continue para umabot. Ikaw, Flap, anong gusto mo sabihin sa kanya?
Thank you po at pagpatuloy nyo lang po yung supportan nyo, mas gagalingan ko pa.
All right. Now, you get to take a bow with your team, all right? Congratulations. Falcons APBren, you may now take your bow. Hold hands down and take your walk of victory. Congratulations to Falcons APBren. Parang meron tayong trend ngayon na holding hands. Kasama ang ating mga lucky fan. And if you watch here at the venue, you might be the lucky one that will win 3,000 diamonds. But we're gonna break down that game first for you, so we're gonna head back to our panel. Pasok!
Another clean execution once again from Falcons APBren. And to break that game down for you, we have our special guest immediately coming in the analysis with us. It's Coach Ducky.
Yo.
Hello.
Hi guys.
That's our game MVP. It's you. Renmar, earlier you were mentioning how you were really commending you and his patience in terms of using that NetherRealm ultimate. What do you have to say about that performance coming in from you?
God mode. I mean, for majority of it was RSG Philippines setting the tempo, being aggressive. Again, we were talking about it. If you have the Toms in your EXP lane, of course, you're going to have to be the ones to be aggressive so that the Toms doesn't falter in the early, and then eventually your Toms becomes nothing. And Aqua, we got to commend him before we commend Faramis, Few, because he was the one stealing his ultimates and making the most out of it in the aggressive plays. But when it was Falcons APBren playing a little bit more calculated, a little bit slower, waiting for the right times, it was Few holding on to the NetherRealm for such a long time that RSG, just when you thought that maybe they could counter-punish and turn the fight around, nope, Few still has his ultimate like that.
Which makes me want to ask the question, Coach Ducky, so letting go of the Valentina, was it all part of the plan, or were you really just okay with it?
It was actually actually a trade that we were, expecting to give them just way before the game even started. So the idea was to give them the Valentina. We pick out the mid scale with the gold scaling as well. Now we have to sacrifice our early game, as what you were saying earlier. They were on, they were on the advance, and we were on the back foot. Then we just, play footsies until we hit our power spike, and this is what happens when you fall into that, trap.
So you guys really decided that for this one that you accepted that you'll be waiting for the power spikes really, and it'll be RSG setting
Yeah,
the
this
tempo.
is this is one of I think strategies of more experienced teams. Like, this is what we give, this is what we get. Now this is the plan. So yeah, we've been practicing some of these trades, here and there, and I'm just happy that it's paying off.
Yeah, I agree. And another thing that I really liked about this entire series is that how we were able to see two different versions of Super Marco. Like the bulletproof version once again here in game number 2. But earlier we've seen him play the Alice, which was kind of an unusual kind of gameplay we've seen from Super Marco. So are we expecting more of those kinds of not really the bulletproof type of Super Marco play?
Oh yeah, you should expect our Minotaur Gold lane.
What?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. And as I was saying with my team, anything you practice, you basically get good at, including BS.
Oh my goodness!
The big set. The big set. That's what you mean by BS.
Yeah, that's true.
But, actually, I'm glad that we got to touch on that because we're actually seeing a trend globally. I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but there's some rising cheese picks in the gold lane.
Oh, yeah.
Seems like marksmen are now getting a little bit more put to the side. Not exactly like B-tiered, but people are considering more mages, magic damage in the gold lane. Like, what's your take on that?
So there's a sudden shift in the hero choices just because it's a new patch. So probably there's a very high chance that teams are actually still on the experimentation stage of this particular patch. Once it cools down, probably a week or two, then you'll see a more stable, heroes being picked and banned, across all regions. But at this point, my theory is that every team, including mine, is experimenting on what heroes is working or what heroes are working and what heroes are not working. And, we'll probably have a rough idea of those heroes, but, we'll see.
Yeah, that's fun. I feel like we're in a more exciting version of the meta.
I agree.
Because the first 3 to 4 weeks were sort of... It kind of sucked because it was for sure red side was probably going to lose. Blue side was like a 60%, 40%.
That is true.
But then now it seems like, because as you mentioned, we're in the experimenting phase, red side is a little bit more attractive now.
I mean, even coming in from week number 5 or prior the patch that happened this week, we've seen some teams already starting to explore TNC, introducing to us the Pyramus Mathilda once again, and your team, Falcons APBren, deciding to adapt it as well, coming into the first match we've had this week, showing us that version of the Falcons APBren as well. So I think a lot of teams are really eager to adjust and explore. I mean, Coach Ducky, I also feel like you're starting to explore a bit more. If I may ask, we noticed earlier you no longer wear your usual denim jeans.
my denim, I like how I do have 5 pairs of those. same exact size, same exact brand, same exact, but I just feel that this is more comfy. I've seen this with their generation. I was like,
oh, their generation.
I
of their generation.
I am old.
Oh no!
I thought you were 22.
Oh God! Thank you, man. I have a jacket for you backstage.
Yeah. See, that's how you get the jacket. Bring it
I
on.
thought you were 18.
Oh my!
No, that's yes. A big set. A big set. You set yourself up for success.
Okay.
That's what I mean.
I hope we get to have our... I'll see. Maybe I do have to pay. I don't know anymore. But now, I think Falcons APBren prepared a short video for us to commemorate again, once again, the M5 skin launch. So before anything else, let's watch this short video.
Let's go. Go watch.
Nakatuba kasi yung karakter din ako sa
I would really like to thank every one of you for coming here and sharing this moment with us. And I hope that by using our skin, you get a little bit of power up and motivation to play the game more and share our experience and our historical championship with all of you. So again, thank you very much and please enjoy the day.
Ipakita na natin ang M5 Championship Brody Skin!
Based on that video, I think a lot of things happened during that M5 skin launch party which happened. So, what was your most memorable experience?
I think that was when I first saw Super Mac Mac.
Super Mac Mac, yeah.
With his AP Brody skin Don Don. Yeah, and I was like, oh my lord, who are you? I mean, this awkward kid is wearing a cosplay suit, and that was just one of the most memorable moments during the skin launch. It was fun. It was fun.
I can't believe he even had the wig.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
It was just so awkward. I wonder why didn't
What
FCAP do the same?
Because it didn't have abs.
Not yet, not yet. He's working his way towards that. I want to ask though, are the boys like really thrilled that again they made history? Bren now has a second championship skin and the first ever finals MVP skin. How hyped are they about that?
I think they're pretty happy, but it's not as the same one back in M2. Yeah, this is probably just another day at the office.
But that seemed like so much fun, really.
Oh, yeah.
And we had so much fun as well having you here. Thank you so much, Coach
Thank you.
Ducky, with his new cargo pants. This is Fergita together with Renmar, and we have one more match coming your way later on. But before that, we'll be throwing this to a short break, and we'll see you later. Bye.
See ya, guys.
Bye.
Shadows are deep, who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire. A light up so bright. Each of the power in my heart. I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming with new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka now for 15 days. Load now, live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
fighting for? No one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sword. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the murky mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One time, the fight is yours. Now fill with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka. Now for 15 days. Load now. Live more today and tomorrow and after and the day after.
Fighting for no one would ever know your name. Who were you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind. Your blade swing one time. When clouds have cleared, sunlight can shine. One strike, the fight is yours. Now fill with your sword. There's endless power once you start. Never lose your heart. Tonight is dark and the shadows are deep. Who can protect the world? A light of hope shines in the dark. One strike, I swear by people's side. Keep faith just one time. I'm gonna light up all the fires. One strike for my desire, a light up so bright. Inside the power in my heart, I'll defend the world.
You don't know the power of the dark side.
Target on the move. Prepare to engage.
May the Force be with you.
I will do what I must.
At last, I am complete. Come in fairness. Annihilation awaits. Boundless is my hunger.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Tuloy-tuloy live selling, tuloy-tuloy content, tuloy-tuloy gaming. With new Smart All Access 99. May 9 gig ka, now for 15 days. Load now, live more today, and tomorrow, and after, and the day after.
fighting for? No one would ever know your name. Who are you waiting for? No one would be there to save you. You would be alone when hope was gathering together with the sun. Even though your back's to the wall. One strike, go cut the monkey mind.
Hit me like I might get over, but you can give me in no corner. I know I can make a comeback, ace this round and finish this game now. Got the power on my shoulders, yeah, you know that I'm a soldier. You can keep me off my guard, but you can't keep me from my honor.
I feel like the floor is lava. The energy's getting higher. You're saving my arms. 'Cause I know just what I got. I got you like na-na-na. And you know I hold the power. You're sweeter than love. Oh, yeah. Making my grind good to grace. So don't stand in my way. Standing tall and I won't fall over. We are better than great, good. We are better than great. We stand tall, won't run away. We are fun, nothing gon' change. Great. We are better than great.
Malakas ng Pinas, malakas Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset up. Built agad ang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra.
Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang
malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, 'cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. Taas sa matawag, proud and loud, 'cause every enemy we devour.
susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang
malakas. Para sa Pinas,
nasa amin ang alas, hindi ko atras. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas. Lakas, the golden sun, I'm repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome back to MPL Philippines Season 14. You're tuned into the final matchup of week number 6 at your service. My name is Leo. Here with Jim Buff and dancing extraordinaire, it's Jose Ingan. How are we today?
You know, the only thing I remembered from the last match was the
That was the closing moments of game number 2, wherein Falcons APBren took down RSG in a sweep.
Yeah. And amazingly, we've seen Falcons APBren step up once again, one step closer to their championship form, the way we used to see them. And it's exciting because, again, the standings of our bracket just keeps getting closer and closer.
And that's not mainly because RSG didn't really put up much of a fight. Again, damage-wise, it seemed like their game 1 was more reliable. In game 2, we unlocked a new way for Nibor to play. He was a very macro-centric Tams. But still, that wasn't enough to take down the Titan in Falcons APBren. They're sitting at 8 points. Second to Fnatic Onyx PH at 10. And we see RSG close to rock bottom.
Yeah. If you're gonna look at this schedule of RSG Philippines, it's a very, very tough schedule going up against the current top 4 for the standings. And for TNC Pro Team, on the other hand, they're up against Smart Omega, looking to bounce back from Smart Omega's defeat versus TLPH.
That's right. That's our final matchup for the evening. By the way, the latter, Barangay Omega, are 1 match win away from locking in their playoffs spot, while TNC are still hoping, still wishing upon a star that some way, somehow, the Phoenix rises to the occasion in the last 2 weeks of the regular season. Can you imagine that? We are down to week 7 and 8 after this match.
It was fast, really, really fast, 6 weeks. But still, it's exciting because of the new patch. We've been seeing a lot of new heroes in the span of 6 weeks.
And just because there's just 2 weeks left doesn't mean there's any chances for y'all to miss out. We are still selling tickets to MPL Philippines, so come watch us live. MPL Philippines tickets are now 20% off thanks to our official sponsor, Smart.
And you can become a Smart subscriber. Go to the official Philippine website and enter the promo code SMART MPL S14 before you purchase the match you want to see to get that the juicy 20% discount.
At this point, since neither Blacks International, RSG, nor TNC are confirmed to be eliminated, with no hopes of reaching into the playoffs, every match from here on end are must-watch.
Close, very crucial, can determine the outcome of the playoffs even. That's why it's so exciting.
We're going to need the help of our analysts, Renmar Santa Cruz and Brigida to break down this next bout. We'll throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan.
Thank you so much, casters. Once again, it's Brigida and Renmar welcoming you here in the Infinix Game Tambayan. And as mentioned earlier, this week, it ended rather surprisingly because we
Yeah.
came into week number 6 with an idea that probably by the end we know all of our playoffs teams, but it's the exact opposite that's happening right now.
Yeah, because of the results from everything that happened so far in week number 6, no one else secured their playoff slot. We thought there would be teams that'd be able to do that, Aurora, Omega, but no, at the end of the day, no one is still fully secured in the playoff slot other than Fnatic Onyx Philippines and Falcons APBren.
Yep, at most, by the end of this week, and since this is the last match we're seeing for this week, we could probably see 3 teams advancing to the playoffs. And that third team might just be Smart Omega if ever they do secure the win against TNC for this match. And since Falcons APBren earlier won against RSG Philippines, TNC, even if they do let go of this series, they're yet to be eliminated for our playoffs contention. So really, it's becoming more and more competitive in the coming weeks.
Yeah, again, despite everything, TNC Pro Team still has hope. If they drop this, as Brigida just said, they still have hope to make it into the playoffs. While Omega, if they drop another series, I think it'll be incredibly frustrating for them heading into week 7, knowing that in the back of their heads, like, come on, guys, we literally just need one win to secure our playoff slot.
And actually, if we were to go back to our standings, the only changes we might be seeing at the end of the day is if Omega does get the win and brings their standings up a bit more, and that's the only change we're about to see if ever that does happen. But now let's focus on Smart Omega since we've been discussing them earlier. This is really exactly as the graphic says. It's already for their playoff stream. How long has it been since we've seen Smart Omega having a chance to get into the playoffs this early into the regular season?
Yeah, the last time we saw that was MPL Philippines Season 10 when they secured their playoff slot by around week 5, week 6 if I'm not mistaken. At the same time, during that season, we saw the fall of TNC Pro Team from the heights they reached in MPL Philippines Season 9. And as we compare Escalera, Lances, Rome and Mid for TNC Pro Team, you also have to look at Chaknu and Ukir. This is a showcase of their best winning combinations. So we have the Lilian Gatot for Smart Omega, and of course for TNC Pro Team, we have the Matilda Faramis and even the Cho and Zask. So watch those heroes to be in contention, although a part of me thinks that maybe the Zask will fall out, while the Cho, Matilda, Faramis, Lilia, and even the Gatot Kacha are the ones that these two teams are going to be fighting for.
Honestly, what I really love about these mid-duos we're seeing in front of us right now is how they can potentially really bring some unorthodox combinations and picks to the table. It is from Smart Omega, which we've seen the Louis Bellerig, and then they also introduced the Gatot Kacha. And for TNC, Escalera and Lancy, they were the ones to first introduce and bring back the Matilda Faramis into the current options of all of our teams, which even Falcons APBren have slowly been adapting. But to bring us back a bit to the first time TNC and Smart Omega actually faced each other in the regular season, it clearly was a 2-0 in favor of Smart Omega. And really standout performances for Smart Omega, if I may say. They even brought out the Hanzo in this matchup.
Yeah, Game 2 MVP Hanzo for Andoryu. So it just goes to the idea of Omega really are one of the teams right now that are making the most out of the poison meta. We were still trying to find our footing during the first 4 weeks. As Coach Ducky said earlier, we're in a Wild West right now where a new patch just came out. That means teams are more willing to try things out. So I wouldn't be surprised if one of these two teams introduce a hero that they themselves have not played yet and will make us go, whoa, really?
Oh, I'm hoping they close out the week with another new pick to show us all, or potentially bring back, since there have been a lot of picks which have been gradually coming back since this week has begun. But for our viewers out there, it's also time to show your support. MPL fans, who do you think will be winning this? Is it TNC or is it Smart Omega? Don't forget to vote now via the online poll, so later on we'll be seeing the percentages, but it's something we also have to answer ourselves. So this time, I'll go first. I give this to TNC. Okay.
Whoa, we're the same.
Really? Oh,
yeah.
no.
And you will think we're crazy. But there's something up in the air right now. I don't know, maybe it's just blind hope, wanting a more interesting story heading into the playoffs so that things will get spicier and so that we can still say that there's a team that isn't completely eliminated. Yeah, I don't know why. I'm just vibing with TNC today. Nothing against Omega. I love them.
It's really the competitiveness that I want to remain here. Since if TNC does win, it's not just them still being safe from elimination. It's also Smart Omega being slightly delayed in terms of getting that playoff spot. So
yeah, I like how you're explaining it. For me, this is just disgusting hope. I'm just disgustingly hopeful right now that TNC will finally get their first series win.
Yeah. I mean, we've been seeing glimmers of hope with how TNC has been slowly changing things up. They never wore their black and orange jersey again. They've been sticking with the white and the orange version since they've entered the second half with a new identity or something like that, as they mentioned. But also, as you've seen earlier, specialized MPL PH team recalls are also now available. So you will now be able to represent your favorite teams in the most unique way. Log in the game and get yours now. So we're flashing some of the team recalls. This one's for Fnatic Onyx, and then this one's for Smart Omega. So honestly, for me, and I think even Renmar, we already got the Team Liquid PH recalls.
Yeah.
Mine for around 815 diamonds.
I like how you keep flexing that you got really lucky with the draw there. I spent around 1,000 plus.
On average, I think it's around 1,000 for most people. But if you want to get all,
better be rich.
Yeah.
No, I'm kidding. There's good promos in the game. Just go for it.
And if you go here to the MPL Arena, there are a lot of ways for you to win diamonds as well. But for now, we need to get to know the teams and the players who will be playing for today. This is Smart Omega versus TNC Pro.
Entering the arena first. Every match is a potential step towards the playoffs. It's focus time for the barangay. Let's go! Smart Omega! Hope still glimmers in the light of the Phoenix Spire, entering the arena, heralded by their birthday boy, Lancy. It's TNC Pro Team! And their coaches. For Smart Omega, Coach Lembon. For TNC Pro Team, Coach Wolf.
It's time for the face-off. Lancy, Ukir, step forward. Bago magumpisa ang palagan, pag sinabi ko Lancy, isigaw happy birthday! Lancy! Happy birthday! Alright, birthday boy. Paano ka babawi sa barangay Smart Omega? Ano ang palag mo?
Birthday ko daw po ngayon eh.
Ikaw naman, Ukir, paano ka makakasiguro na hindi makakabawi si birthday boy? Ano ang palag mo?
Alam kong birthday mo pero hindi ka namin pagbibigyan.
Palag kang palag. Fist bump. It's the fight for glory and the fight for life begins now. Who will come out on top? It's time to find out and enter the Lanadon panel. Pasok.
What a statement from Ukir we heard right there. A rough translation is, I know it's your birthday, but we're not giving you a chance.
A part of me thinks that Omega really just might focus on ganking the hell out of Lancey in the early game. Again, this meta is determined by what happens in the center of the map. Win that, you most likely win the game. And I think Omega would want to pressure the birthday boy Lancey since TNC Pro Team's center of the map is what's been having problems all throughout the season.
Yep, and I like how you pointed that out since I do feel like there is some sort of similarity between how both of these teams really need to activate their conditions in terms of their playstyles. Since they're really close in terms of average game time, I think both are around 15 to 16 minutes. They're like next to each other in terms of the team rankings, and so it's somewhat very important for us to watch out for how these mid-rotations are going to happen, because if they are going to do that focus on Lancey and they're going to deny that potential early game for TNC, then how rare or how likely is it that we're going to see them bounce back or regain that momentum once again? So now, speaking of conditions, this is the Infinix keys to victory for Smart Omega. Draw out the match until the late game. I can't believe we're going back to the Omega timers. TNC dominate Omega in the early game, and for both, fight for glory. Fight for your life.
Yeah, this is like the simplest Infinix keys to victory we ever had. Basic math. Smart Omega has only lost once in games that went past 18 minutes. TNC Pro Team, you already know. How many seasons have we been saying it? No, the early game's good. It's just the mid to the late game. It's like that's where something happens.
And
I'm not gonna repeat myself anymore.
Yep.
So my only analysis will be TNC. Yup.
But I think another thing we could probably look at is how, apart from all this early game, late game conditions we have to take note of for both of these teams, is how regularly TNC, when it comes to this week 6, week 5, like towards the end of the regular season, something just really happens. Like,
miracles happen.
There's a sudden switch that turns on within TNC Pro Team that they just suddenly seemingly don't think about the pressure. And I'm not just talking about the times wherein they just know that they're out of playoffs contention. Probably for them right now, it's really important that we see that come into play, like that mindset they've shown us in the beginning of week number 5. It's like they just don't care about anything. There might just be some good that comes out of how they're second in terms of most deaths or least deaths, meaning that they tend to really give a lot of casualties. But then if they just go all out aggressive and they win it, that's kind of high risk, high reward.
Yeah. And now with Omega picking the blue side, of course, it's interesting because, as Coach Chucky said, we're in a point of the meta with a recent patch where experimentation is warranted. For TNC Pro Team, it feels like, can they even afford to experiment or show us something crazy? Because the stability is what they're looking for. How can you be stable when you're trying to experiment or when you're trying to bring out these unique picks that you know in the scrims and in the days leading up to this just didn't work out, but you know, application in terms of the in-game execution in the actual tournament day, it's different. So yeah, let's see what happens.
Yep, I think they somewhat saw a chance of them being able to pull that off whenever, or especially when they did introduce Sophia Fire and Matilda. It wasn't a go-to mid-duo that we've seen in the first few weeks of MPL Philippines, but they were just able to make it work. And somehow, even the top teams have been adapting it, as we've been mentioning earlier, that being Falcons APBren in the beginning of week number 6.
Yeah.
So now, we're seeing Faramis banned out here by Smart Omega. So could they be prioritizing an immediate assassin pickup here for Smart Omega?
Yep, of course, you want to get the Hayabusa. TNC would probably go for the Link or the Nolan. I like the bans here of Omega. They acknowledge some of the best heroes that TNC have fielded. Loyi, Faramis, the Julian of Kaizen. So now, TNC Pro Team, they don't need to rush the jungle yet. They can pick it third. So I like that they prioritize the Tigreal actually for the counterplay that you can get, and knowing that you have the high loss on the other side of the team, or the Loyi in the other side of the team banned out, that means the Tigreal should be safe alongside the Vexana. So it's a basic roam mid combo and the safest that you can get. While Omega are building up a lineup that can have an insane power spike, once the Hayabusa levels his ultimate to level 2, and if ever they win maybe the laning phase for the Harith in minutes 6 to 7. As expected, TNC does pick the Nolan, however, so very Nothing too crazy with the first phase of the drafting.
Yep. Even the surprise or new picks which were introduced to us yesterday by Smart Omega, such as the Alice Gold Lane, might not be happening since they are really reverting back to what we've been commonly seeing for the first few weeks. Once again, happy birthday to Lancey. So that's his birthday tarpaulin that we're seeing right now being held by all the fans of TNC, the Phoenix Army. And now going back, it's quite surprising to see how they've pretty much went with really straightforward drafts for both of these teams. Like TNC Pro Team, they've already revealed their mid trio. So that's one thing to note, especially as we've been very heavy on the idea that the mid rotations here and how that will be carried out are really huge factors as to who will be getting the upper hand in this game. How will this entire game will be carried out? Now, I'm starting to think what could be the option for Kozen, since Kozen's been one of the key players that TNC tends to really play around recently, as I've been observing in terms of their drafting.
Yeah, let's see, because it's good bans. The fact that they took away the Moskov. Again, Roger, I feel like really has fallen out. They take out the Lunox also. I think they're going to end up having to pick like a Melissa or an Ixia along those lines.
Yep, is the Claude something you could consider for this kind of lineup? It's going up against the Harriet, but then it's adjusted.
Yeah, but that'll be their late game option. Good ban also in the Valentina. So because of the low Yi Faramis ban by Omega, TNC Pro Team can't afford to ban 2 mages because now Ukir's pool has lessened.
Oh yeah.
I think we may be out of heroes for Ukir. We still have the Zask available. You call the Claude, bring it up, they go ahead and pick that up.
Okay, for Ukir, I think the only ones remaining are the Lilia and the Zask, as you've mentioned.
Jushin also.
Zushin and the Aurora, perhaps? If they
No, Aurora just got banned out.
Oh no, it's gone as well. So what could be the pick? If this is a Grok, then I usually see the Lilia.
Yeah, usually. Let's see. What if it's going to be a different kind of mid lane? What if it's a high-loss mid lane?
Oh.
And we don't see the XP yet? And we're going to go something crazy with the EXP. But I think, yeah, they might just go for a traditional mage because they need a... Wait! Maybe. I'm not going to turn off the idea. And if you're calling me crazy for mid-high loss, I mean, come on, we saw Rosa do it.
Oh, wait. It's a
Zask. It's Zask.
Oh, I mean, I think other regions have showed us the mid-high loss. But this, again, is a hero which we've expected or we felt to slowly decrease or really go down in terms of priority.
Yeah.
So, might just be the safer option if you're Smart Omega. But for TNC Pro Team now that we are looking for their XP laner.
Are they just going to be trapped with the Zask? Excuse me, at the Rizla again?
The Terizla is there for heads.
I kind of like the idea of a Cho EXP for heads. If they're comfortable with pulling that out. Because some lockdown would be great.
Why?
Let's go. That felt good. Yeah, and again, they needed the lockdown. This does put a lot of pressure, we have to acknowledge, on the Tigreal to survive as long as possible. But TNC decided to opt for the idea of, okay, if we can't get them through the front-to-back team fight, let's just hope that we can get the Cho to pick off someone, put ourselves in a better position. And so that might mean Heads will be frontlining, might be the one calling the shots, while Escalera's waiting at the wings, and then he'll be coming in with a more counter implosion.
Yeah, I think we've seen that kind of play style for Tigreal users become more and more evident as time goes by, since it kind of really is one of the biggest things or threats that you have to think about when there's a Tigreal. But for now, let's head into the action. I cannot wait to see how this goes. Leo and Ingan, it's all yours.
It's all ours. Thank you so much, Brigida and Renmar Santa Cruz. Setting up quite the bout between Smart Omega and TNC in a best-of-3. Once more, playoff spot up for grabs for the barangay. Leo and Jose Ingan here bringing you the action. I gotta say, I don't think it's just mass copium that the panel, the analysts, and we here on desk say TNC, they drafted quite the hell out of that bout.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the lineup of TNC, you know they have a lot of engage, they have a lot of catch, but I do agree with what Brigida and Renmar was saying that Heads has to be the primary roamer this time, has to be the zoner, the frontliner, to activate Escalera's counter implosion plays.
As an EXP laner.
As an EXP laner.
He has to cross the threshold and live in Andoryu's jungle. Again, here's a response.
Okay, who got the purple buff, but Kaysen goes in. Is he gonna fall down though? Chakra with the Ring of Punishment still survives. Here comes Escalera with a Sacred Hammer just to save Kaysen. The over-aggression of TNC wasn't punished, and Heads flickers in. Wants to go for Okir, draws the first blood, and he will fall down. But Heads as well.
You know what? On an economic scale, if you think about it, an EXP slash roamer given his life to take down the mid laner, which is a secondary core, that's a good deal for TNC. Again, they can keep pushing the advantage. Now, oh, Big J!
Okay, Escalera forced to use the flicker there, trying to get Jome, but Jome remains unbothered, still safe. And I do agree, that was a worth it trade for TNC. Heads, ideally, you know Heads is gonna just keep dying, diving. But Ukir, on the other hand, you can't let that Zask die, especially with the recent adjustments for Zask.
You know what, Ian? I'm gonna say it now. As early as 2 minutes, something tells me Smart Omega pulled a Mega Man, a Rock Man for our Japanese friends. They took what they learned from Team Liquid last night, and they're using it now. Look at the aggression. They're the receiving end of that same thing from TNC.
Okay, Chakno.
Look at that!
We'll have to walk away. Now, TNC, this is a different Phoenix army. I mean, we're used to seeing them dominate the early game, but not up against Omega, who also is known for having a strong start. I mean, in terms of average game duration, they're both tied. Okay, Heads.
Whoa.
Here comes a kick, but no follow-up damage. Here comes Andoryu, though.
Let's see.
Okay, commits a wiggy shadow kill. Escalera just waiting for the perfect opportunity, but here comes Ryota! Flicker in with a wild charge, gonna punish Heads there. Dominator's descent as well, as Ryota blocks Lancey's entry. Chaknu running for Lancey, the birthday boy survives! And now the counter-attack for the Phoenix Army. Here comes the implosion! Plus Kozin activated right away with the Blazing Duet, going right after Ukir. Ukir's gonna evade the death though, but here comes the counter-attack. Andoryu doesn't have the wiggy shadow kill. Escalera and Kozin will survive.
Not at 3 minutes. There's not enough damage on Kozin to be able to get away with that and to even deal enough damage to kill anyone. But yeah, just to clarify, it's TNC who's doing Omega what Liquid did to Omega just last night.
Yeah. They watched the replay. Again, Heads just doing Sanford things right before the first minute mark, was already in the purple buff of Andoryu. So you know how to beat the barangay is to be super aggressive, like TLPH.
Just get in there. But here's the thing. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And it would be too much to expect a team like Smart Omega to fall for it twice. And now, I think it's safe to say, it's not the same story.
Yeah.
Again, 3 minutes in, 4 minutes. Second turtle spawning in the lower quarter in about 20 seconds. It's not the same. Omega had a much worse situation against Liquid last night.
Yeah, really have a hard time, especially for Andoryu. Wasn't able to get his, I believe the first 3 buffs of Andoryu was heavily contested, like a Turtle Clash. So this time, Omega also learning from the mistakes of game number 2 against TLPH. But TNC, again, their snowball potential is high. They have the Nolan. Still 0-0 KDA, but with a proper setup from Escalera or a kick from Heads, give the kills to Kaizen. TNC can snowball from this.
And that's what we've been talking about all weekend long. I think the team that has the easier execution can get results much, much faster. For TNC, it's as simple as you just said. A Sacred Hammer, a flicker into an implosion, a kick from Heads. That's all they need to get going. Omega, though, they got to lay it down from Chaknu. Ryota's got to get a great wild charge. Perfect lineup for Ukir and then another to finish up. So now check it out. There's a kick.
There it is. On to Ryota. He has to flicker out, though. Survives the clash as TNC works on the turtle. Chaknu has to use the glorious pathway. Gonna zone out Kaizen there. Heads soaking up the damage coming in from... Oh! Who's gonna fall down? It's gonna be onto Escalera. It's gonna be Andoryu still with the turtle. But a kill for Kaizen as he takes down Ryota.
That ain't worth it. Omega split him up. And TNC, as aggressive as they were, you can't do that if you're not as focused.
To the top lane though. It's gonna be a 2-on-1.
Andoryu,
watch out, is fine.
He's very elusive, very slippery. As the shinobi that he is.
But you know, Omega, during that turtle fight, they had so much ground control. Apart from their duo double tank setup, the Nightmare response coming in from Ukir forces TNC to just... they can't hide from the brushes.
That's right.
That Heads and Escalera wants to accomplish.
They have better combat vision. And implosion from Escalera. Not worth it. Here comes Chakno to the rescue.
Okay, counter-engage the 2 tanks, just making sure that their turret's
Whoa,
not
whoa,
going to
whoa.
be taken down. But
Chak,
Chakno,
Chak.
oh, Kozin commits a blazing duet! Chakno all of a sudden is gone! And what a quick response from TNC.
You know what? If they were setting up for a push, I'll tell you it's worth it. But right now, it looks like Omega's ready to defend. Jome is coming to the rescue, and he's going to clear the waves. Wow! Look at Smart Omega. The game IQ that's spread across the map, across the board. Led by their captain, Chakno the Mamba. Impressive work. Again, back to TNC's aggressive start. Gamers of all sorts know. Take it from strategy games, MOBA games, card games. If you're aggressive and you can't pinpoint focus what that is, you're going to lose to the team that is better late game.
Yeah.
So now, I think TNC's prime has passed. They have to play a different way. They can't just keep throwing bodies at Omega.
Yeah, because Omega, they are really master of trades. I do agree with what you said. Even though Chakno died, the fact that Jome's turrets up top are still intact means that he has more space. He still has the space to outplay Kozin and eventually gain more gold compared to the Claude.
That's right. And again, you're not racing against the Claude. You can't do that, not in the current patch. 1.9.20 has blessed Claude with a proactive curve. His power spike is out of this world. He's like a high school student with an IQ of a math genius. With that said, you can't outrace him. But now, real quick, this is the last hurdle spawned up already. Going to the barangay. Another. Heads.
Oh, that was a good zone though coming in from Chakno. But here comes Escalera on the back line. And a kick coming in from Heads. But there's no follow-up though. That's why he's going to be punished. Heads going to fall down. Here comes Kozin with a blazing duet onto Ukir. Still hasn't popped the Dominator's descent. Now, TNC, they had no answer to that trade. I mean, they got a turret down bottom, but heads-up play from Chakno. Just straight up man-to-man defense on Kazin, not letting him sniff even the last turtle.
And just as quickly as Omega saw a window of opportunity, they split up.
Yeah.
They were like, all right, clearly this is our turtle. Jome, go take top lane. Andor, you go clean up down bottom. We were pushing that initially, but now we can reclaim. And suddenly, look at this, TNC's gold lead, nada, kaput.
Yeah. Even Andoryu just picked up the Sky Piercer. Actually, I think this is the first time again I saw a Sky Piercer. But this time it's gonna go on to Hayabusa. He's really confident that he knows he can go to those engages, get the kill without suffering any casualties. And that's easy right now for Andoryu, because again, you have two beefy frontliners in Chakno and Ryota. And so far, even if Chakno keeps dying with 2 deaths, it's all worth it.
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
Chakno can afford to die. If Heads kicks the big horseman, that makes Omega a very happy camper. They can keep going. And the fact that his Revitalize will just get better and better as the game goes longer, this gives TNC a big budget need.
Yeah.
Invest in anti-heal. Where's he going to come from? Who's going to buy the Sea Halberd? Who's going to buy the Dominance Ice?
Might be Kozin though. He picked up the DHS, I think around the 6 minutes, 7 minutes in. So instead of completing the Trinity, he can go straight up Sea Halberd.
Yep. So he goes Golden Staff,
DHS.
Corrosion Scythe. Oh, you let go of the Corrosion Scythe?
Yeah, he picked up already the DHS.
Oh, I guess he's just not going to get the Sea Halberd. Oh, well, eventually he should.
Okay.
Because again, it's so hard. You have a Revitalize on Chakno. Ryota, he got away with so much just by flickering away and then coming back while charging. You can't let that happen. Look at this. Grok EXP lane stats. Played 4 times currently in Season 14 and has won 3 out of 4 times with a 75% win rate.
Man, I'm not sure who.
That's ridiculous.
Who used the Grok as an XP. But one thing for sure is Ryota is rocking the Grok up to perfection almost. Look at that. Just really zoning out TNC. Gaining ground control. It's easy for Omega for every single neutral objective.
Man, talk about picking the right tool for the right job. Look at TNC. Escalera, Heads, Lancy, to some extent Kozin.
Yeah.
Besides Gage. All of them have to walk. All of them can't just jump to position. So that's why the Grok is so useful, especially coming out of the EXP lane, costing very little. Now Heads living inside the pit. Slight advantage to Omega. Joe Minandoryu hitting away. Now to a fourth of its health. Escalera, look at this angle.
Here comes the kick. Escalera, though, going for the backline. Here comes Joe with his Salmon Force. Kozin has to use the Blazing Duet. Escalera just working on Andoryu, but Andoryu still gets the Lord. Kazin has to walk away. And Escalera suffering the Dominator's descent coming in from Okir. And there's the trade. Roamer for Roamer. Escalera for Chaknu, but Omega secures the Lord.
Well set by Smart Omega. What did I tell you, Jose? What did I tell you? If Chaknu dies, that's okay. He did his job. Smart Omega leaned hard into it. What Joshua Mangilog bought for Omega was a clear path to the retribution.
Yeah.
And throughout that whole debacle, Jome could have really leaned into it, but no, they were focused. Again, this is the mark of a great team, a championship team in the making. Clear communications, a one-track mind. I think they were all saying, no, Lord first, in Tagalog, of course, but Lord first.
Look at Andoryu just really flexing right now. Their gold lead as he commits the Uigi Shadow Kill on to 4.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't care at this point. And now Omega has the Lord up top. 1v1 between Kozin and Andoryu. Blazing Duet is there.
Off-cam kill!
Does he have a quad shadow? Will he go for it? Off-cam kill.
No.
Escalera's going to fall down, but this time here comes Kazin. It's going to be a 1v1 for the junglers. And the Fracture will secure the kill onto Andoryu.
Kozin softened him up for Kazin to finish the job. All this while, the push up top. All right, you know what? For once, in the mid-game, the post-power spike, TNC actually won a trade.
Yeah, finally. But this time, Omega answers that right back.
Not so fast.
Okay, but TNC answers also as they take down a turret down bottom. And now TNC, this is what I like about TNC this time. They're not just playing as passive compared to their previous series. This time they're making sure that they have to force a trade, and they are getting those trades. Okay, Escalera falls down, great, but Kazin was able to split push, and even they have the lead in terms of turrets down bottom.
Yep, and again, Andoryu dying prior actually reset the stacks building up on the Skypiercer.
Yeah.
So already, I think it's a 1.5 worth of value victory for TNC in the trade. Now Smart Omega with a very small 200, 300 gold lead, approaching a 13-minute mark. TNC can still count their blessings. Kazin getting his purple, the map not being as blue, and them getting some semblance of vision. Again, you talked about how Ukir are able to clear bushes. Luckily, TNC has a way to do just the same. Throw a sacred, the first skill into a bush, check, right? Lancy, throw out your skills, nuke it, check. And the fact that Kozin is rocking the Purify also is another way for Omega to add layers to their setup. So it's not as simple to catch TNC. That's why that moment down bottom happened, is because Omega have to choose their fights now. And this is a great way for TNC to actually recover, to put on the clutch. It's not just blind rage, just aggression. Now they can finesse into better engages.
Yeah. But TNC, again, execution really needs to be pinpoint here. We've seen a lot of times this Head starts things off with a good Way of the Dragon, and then Escalera goes to the backline with the Implosion play. But the problem is their damage dealers get zoned out by Chaknu and Ryota.
That's right. So now they have to do more than that. They have to flip the switch. Maybe Implosion first and then isolate with the kick.
Yeah.
But it's not going to happen if you don't clear this bush. Look at this amazing, this immaculate river bush control by Smart Omega, now up by about 1,000 gold. This does help though. The Athena shield on Escalera, he's not going to get easily bursted down by Ukir and can actually stand up against Chaknu and Jome.
Yeah, he can actually go for the late implosions even if his HP bar is almost non-existent. So this time TNC, Escalera, heads, needs a good pickoff. Goes in with a BMI! And Blazing Duet just to clear out the minions. And now Omega knows that a major resource has been expended. That's going to be the Purify of Kozin coming into this Lord fight.
Ooh, he did pull out a Zaman Force too. Was able to lifesteal away from that wave. Sure, he can stay in, but without a Purify and waiting on the Blazing Duet, it's going to be tough for TNC to actually contest. Lord here approaching half health. There's the reset. Heads gets a kick!
Here comes the kick! But no reinforcements from the Phoenix Army as Escalera and Kazin are down bottom. Looking for the angle though.
I can feel the frustration brewing.
Oh no, they're gonna get sandwiched here. 4 members, 5 members. They know Glorious Pathway plus a wild charge to bring down Kozen without the Purify. Now Escalera soaking up the damage. Implosion just to delay. Kazan on the other hand. What is he gonna do? He's gonna get the 1v1 up to Andoryu. But the Wiggy Shadow Kill is just gonna burst him down. And all of a sudden, the birthday boy is lonely on his big day. He's alone.
A singular catch leading to a Jenga-like down spiral for TNC. A free objective, an eminent wipeout. Look at Smart Omega knocking down their base.
That was such an aesthetic scene. Zaman Force and the Glorious Pathway just connecting, making sure that they burst down the inhibitor even before the Lord marches into their base. This could be endable for the Barangay. Again, one step closer, one more shot to securing a playoff spot.
Here comes the Lord. It's an enhanced Lord. TNC have time to deal with it. But Omega will work on setting up the inevitable. They're syncing up the waves down bot, syncing up the waves up top, and allowing TNC a moment to breathe. Ingan, the tables have turned. Earlier it was TNC who had the easier execution, now it's Omega. They have so many AoE CCs, so many ways to activate their lineup. And TNC, they can only hope for a big kick or a miracle implosion. That's how they start up the fight. That's how they answer back, and inside their base too.
Escalera, though, has the flicker. So again, they can commit the flicker implosion play. But the problem is the sustain from Omega is just too much. Even Shaknu still has the Revitalize, plus the Purifies are up for Jome and Ukir. And the problem is for TNC, Omega's casting of skills, it doesn't even need to be pinpoint accurate. Just the fact that you can cast the Glorious Pathway like this as he cuts off the pathway of heads there, brings him down. Jome working on the birthday boy. 3 members left to defend for TNC. They have minions onto the bottom lane and no more inhibitor turrets left. Matter of time, Escalera sets, but he's not going to catch anyone as they take him down. Kozen working on the minions and Doryu focuses on the crystal. Jome wants to bring someone down as well. And Omega will get a Game 1 win.
The Barangay weathered through the storm, stuck it through a tough early to mid-game ramp, and eventually found themselves in a position wherein the margin of error was so big that you're right, they don't need to aim their skills, they just need to point it in the general direction and the rest follow.
Omega, kudos, one more game away from securing a playoff spot.
Let's throw it over to the Infinix Game Tambayan to break down game number 1.
That felt like an earlier version of the Omega timers. It didn't really reach the 18-minute mark, but they just got to turn things around in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, well, we were there, and I agree with the casters with what they mentioned, that eventually it was a little bit easier to do what they needed to do when it came to the mid to the late game. And again, we see the sickness of TNC Pro Team, where the confidence and the discipline and the connection that they show in the early game leading up to the mid game, they have a difficulty translating once the third turtle and the first lords are up. When you're up against a lineup that has a very tanky twosome in the front with a high loss in the Grog, and then you have a Zask that can make its own plays, the pressure really is on the Tigreal and the Cho, the main combo of your lineup, to make the most of what you can dish out. And over time, with Omega literally just, at some point, tossing bodies, just doing this, doing that, TNC Pro Team just lost the discipline that they showed in the early that allowed them to stand toe-to-toe with Omega. It was also unfortunate that at that moment, heads kicked away. I believe it was Andorius Hayabusa.
Yep, and there were moments wherein I felt like TNC were becoming a little bit too impatient. We're wanting to get or look for a fight against Smart Omega, which were clearly up ahead in terms of the current situation which they were facing. And for Smart Omega and their lineup overall, they just had so many ways to deal with the threats that could come from TNC in the latter portions of the game. If not the Guardian's the wall that was coming in from Ryota to check the brushes, it could potentially be the spawns coming in here for Ukir, our MVP of the game, to really check out where could TNC Pro Team potentially come from, where could the surprise setups come from. So there were really just a lot of things that eventually were answered here by Smart Omega. Even though they weren't able to immediately grasp it in the early stages, they just found their way with it.
Having a Zask is having another option as our frontliner with how difficult it can be at times to take down the enhanced Nightmaric Spawn, the Dominator's Descent. As you can see, Joma's actually 2-0 in 10 there, so he had the time of his life, even packing a Tenacity as his second emblem talent, so that he gets a little bit more sustainability. And for TNC, yeah, you mentioned the right thing. It's just at some points that it just seems like they were forcing some things. And one of the things that they have to watch out for is there was a Lord fight. I believe that was Lord 1 or Lord 2, where in Rio, Chaknu was taken down first, so Ryota took over as the main frontliner. Escalera was in the back, got a beautiful two-man implosion, but no one to follow up because the rest of TNC were trying to deal with the Harith and the Grok that was up in their face.
And to think that there was actually a moment where we were already surprised with just how activated Kozen seemed like, with just picking up the corrosion site as you mentioned. So it was really an almost situation here for TNC Pro Team. It's just that they were really able to hold things out enough to maintain that advantage that was already in their hands. And it's a surprising approach from Smart Omega because it just seemed like they were just really playing it. They used the high loss as the roam, not the exact kind of Chakmamba I usually see. Early yesterday, he even brought out the Kufra. So it was just really like them relying on one another and having their backups there prepared and having enough information available for Smart Omega, which for TNC, I felt in the early stages, they were actually maximizing, especially the quick rotations that we were also talking about.
Yeah, the heavy invade, their first major rotation was an invade into the purple buff by Heads, and that ended up becoming a trade, a favorable one at that, as Kaizen was able to get away. But then again, it's really just converting around the major objectives. At this point, the Omega literally just needed to do their jobs, and it'll be so easy for them to turn things around and make the most out of mistakes by TNC.
Yep. So we've seen a lot of expensive mistakes that came into play there for TNC Pro Team. A lot of times also I was actually questioning the communication that was going on between the players, whether or not they were mindful enough of which skills were available for their teammates and not. Particularly that one time we've seen the Way of the Dragon that lacked follow-up here for Lancy, which I couldn't entirely blame on him since I think they were forced to use the Eternal Guard on the top lane just to manage the waves somewhere.
And that was smart, which is again, it's why pull the trigger. So it goes back to some of the things that we've already talked about with the TNC Pro Team in the earlier parts of the season, where it's just communication, counting skills, as you mentioned. Rough.
It is. Smart Omega, they're 1 win away from securing their playoff spot. And TNC, they're slowly getting themselves deeper down that very difficult situation to get out of. But now, before we head into the next game, I think we need to go for a little meta check, because I know we've had enough surprises here in the Philippines, but it's not just here that we're seeing a lot of surprise picks come into play. All around the world, across the different MPL regions, there have been a lot of surprise picks coming out. One thing we've previously mentioned is the Fanny mid lane from MPL Singapore, but when you thought it stops there, they've also, or other regions have also pulled off a high loss mid lane.
As we were talking about earlier, the high loss mid lane brought out by Fireflux's Rosa in MTC. So when it comes to this meta, again, we have to call back to what Coach Ducky mentioned earlier. We're still trying to figure out. People are limit testing, people are trying. Mages in the gold lane is an idea. RRQ brought out the Sicilian in the gold with the poke that it can dish out. How well it farms up, the stacks that you can get. If you're gonna ask me though, which of these heroes I feel like might have a little bit more influence in terms of determining what the meta will shape into, maybe it's because it's one of my main boys, but I think it's the Belleric.
The Belleric, regardless if it's with the Louis or not, as shown by Smart Omega.
Whether in the Roam or in the XP, it's Belleric.
It's somewhat I think one of the roamers I used to play alongside with back in the day when marksman junglers were still viable. So that was very long ago. But then
Oh, yeah.
it feels nice to see him back here.
You weren't Brigida yet at that time.
I don't think so. I think I was still Bridget.
You were just Bridget. You were just Bridget.
I was just Bridget. So, if you were to ask me, I think one of the most interesting things here could be the Hellcurt Gold lane. Like, it's surprising. I think I'm actually having some sort of an idea as to what it aims to do.
Yeah.
Just really negate and counter whichever gold laner your opponent has. But then overall, like, it's a surprising pickup. Like, it needs to be successful.
Yeah.
Because if not, like, that's a major lane that goes down the drain eventually, which you typically rely on when it comes to the latter portions of the game. But then it's still interesting and it's fun to see a lot of new picks come out. So now that we're heading into game number 2, how I wish we would be seeing it, some of those unique picks come into play. But then
For sure.
for some reason, like, these two teams, it seems like they're just really being safe in terms of their drafting as well.
Yeah, I mean, you have one team that have done well throughout the season and are literally just one little step ahead into making their way into the playoffs. You have another team that are looking for stability. The EXP show isn't so crazy at that moment. It made a lot of sense. You needed that pickoff. So, again, if ever there's someone here who's gonna... This might actually be the game where we might see something crazy.
Oh!
Maybe. It's a big maybe. With Omega being 1 win away, they can afford to experiment here in game 2, and then if ever they lose it, just finish it off in game number 3. TNC Pro Team, you can be thinking, again, they still have hope to make it to the playoffs. Just like, guys, let's try it out. Maybe we can get them.
Yep. How I hope that we'll be seeing some unique and interesting picks once more before we fully close out the 6th week of MPL. I think so far, is this the week where we've seen the most surprise picks? Wait.
This is the week with the widest hero pool, if I'm not mistaken.
Right. So we
most unique heroes used at around. I am not gonna estimate because I haven't really fully looked at the numbers.
But then I don't think I can just like blame anyone because
No.
the patch happened like during the 6th.
It just happened.
It just happened out. So yeah, it's nice to see how all of these teams are trying to experiment, and hopefully we see the stability come later on, especially for those teams who really need it. But for those of you watching right now, do you want to win up to 90,000 diamonds? 90,000 diamonds. It's your time to, if ever you're in the Philippines or you want to fly out, visit the MPL Arena and post your live experience on Facebook and TikTok with the hashtags #MPL Season 14, S14 Live Experience. Also make sure that your posts are on public and that you've tagged the official pages of MPL Philippines. That's 90,000 diamonds. There are so many recalls. There are M5 championship skins that have been recently released.
And as a reminder, I'm pretty sure you just heard the Filipino casters yell out 90,000 diamonds in case that you didn't get it. Come on down.
90,000 diamonds.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure we'll still have that little promo up, even up until our playoffs. So from wherever you are, come on down here to the Philippines for our playoffs, MPL Philippines.
Yep. I think you have like 2 or 3 weeks to book your ticket.
Yeah, and our playoffs is very close to our airport. Nearly 25 minutes away via drive.
And our playoffs? No, I'm not entirely sure. But then it is. It might just be just.
You can't see the venue yet.
I nearly.
It's just around here, guys.
I nearly said the venue. But let's check out our smart gameplay pose for now. Hashtag the power of smart. They just have to copy the player poses that they're seeing on screen to win a redeemable in-game code. So who's getting it right? I wonder if that's left or right. Like, where exactly?
That's the left arm.
Okay,
That's the left arm, sir.
Oh, sir, please use your left arm.
Where'd they get shy?
Oh, wait, the facial expression.
Okay,
on
we'll give
point.
it to them. We'll give it to them.
On point. Okay.
That guy's doing it right. That guy on the left with the glasses on. Never mind.
They need a little more fiercer facing. Oh, okay. Did he get it? Did he win? Oh, he's a winner, and he gave us an additional pose, which resembled the.
Why does Fred want to choke him out?
Wait.
Come on, Homer, don't do that to Bart.
Aren't you guys proud of him?
Yeah.
He just is what smart game face. Oh, wait, why am I doing that?
He put your friend group in the map, and that's it.
See? And he has bans, so I think I'm quite
Alex is
accurate
doing it right.
with the bans.
That ain't bringing it right now. That's Alex.
Like, so much.
Yeah, and the banks too. Yeah.
Actually, a lot of our players have unique hairstyles this season. I think
for sure.
Fnatic, Onyx, they have a common hairstyle for most of them.
Yeah.
For all of them.
Seems like they're bringing back an early 2000s Philippine pop culture haircut.
For Smart Omega, I think it's the curly hairstyle.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true.
That,
We call him the cologne.
I can't believe we're having like hairstyles, like hairstyle themes for our teams. Oh, that kind of rhymes. Okay. So for TNC, they now decide to go for the blue side. I wonder what they could be prioritizing earlier.
Get higher if it's open. That's it.
Yep, this is the Hayabusa that was prioritized here by Smart Omega. It felt hard to fight against it. Also forced out certain reactions such as opting for a Cho XP lane for TNC Pro Team here when recently I think we could agree that Heads is comfortable with the Terizla and the like.
You know, TNC, go ahead, pick Hayabusa first if it's open, then Low Yi Tigreal as your second and third pick if it's available.
Oh yeah.
If it's not the Tig, I don't know. But just pick the Low Yi. You can even pick your gold laner, so it could be like Hayabusa, Low Yi, Harith or Moskov if either are open, or Hayabusa, Low Yi, Tigreal.
It's just that, or maybe
if it's open.
If they do go for the Louis pickup, that really requires the communication to work.
Excuse me?
But then they decide to ban out the Hayabusa instead. Could they possibly be thinking of prioritizing the Nolan instead, or sticking with the Nolan?
Yeah, they get Nolan first pick.
Yep.
Or surprise us all and pick up Julian.
No, I think I would agree with the Nolan since it seemed like one of the picks that Kaizen as an adjusting jungler seemed most comfortable with.
Yeah.
If not the Nolan though, I'm not entirely sure if there are other heroes here that could be. The Phobius is out, the Eth is also out. So I really hope that we'll be seeing a Nolan.
Yeah, I think the Filipino talents are calling it out too. Nolan might be good. I wouldn't want a fan here for Kaizen because Omega are known to be aggressive and play high invade. But I don't think they're ready right now to deal with that.
Not even the Link, perhaps, for
TNC
Okay.
There we go.
Alright.
Pick up the Harith again for Jones.
Oh, and then could it be an immediate Lunox here for TNC Pro Team, or?
Nah, not yet.
Not yet?
Well, they're most likely going to pick the Moskov and the Low Yi, or the Claude and Low Yi if they want to.
Art Omega. Are they still gonna go for the high loss, or?
No, it's banned. You can go ahead and pick up the... I wonder if they're going to save the Zask for later.
Oh, yeah.
I will choose my own path.
Wait. Oh!
Oh, yeah, great option.
Yeah.
Come on, Low Yi. Pick it up. You
don't
want to give that to Gear. Just get the Low Yi and the Moskov, or the Low Yi and the Claude.
Lancy, happy birthday. Do we pick the Louis immediately here? So what other options are actually available here, if ever? Do they want to go for Kozen's hero immediately? If not, no, maybe save it for later indeed, as you've mentioned.
No, they have to, because it'll get banned out again.
So...
Because Omega already has their gold laner.
If not the... So you really think they wouldn't consider the Lunox in this kind of situation?
I'm not going to turn off the idea. It might just show up.
Nah, it's the Moskov, you said it.
Yeah?
Alright.
Come on! I know my boy so well. That's 3 in a row.
Louis, Moskov, Nolan.
Yeah.
All called by here.
Hell, just pick up the Belleric Omega.
Oh!
Or the Grok.
Okay.
Oh!
Wait.
Tig is still also open.
I think a nice... A hero with a nice ultimate to react potentially to whichever diversion plays could happen would be a nice option here for Smart Omega, but they probably would want to pick that later on.
Oh,
They go for the link instead this time. So actually, the Tigreal is still open. If it's just that, I'm just not entirely sure if Chaco would want to opt for that.
I think TNC would want to ban it.
Oh, yeah.
Because if not, Omega might just take it or ban it themselves. So at least I add a little bit of a swerve. Again, if you want to go to callbacks, pick off, fast, clear. Kaja was always like the go-to combo with the low Yi.
Oh, they even took out the Lolita.
Yeah.
Alright.
Was that Auntie Anara in that
Yep,
phone?
that was Auntie
Oh,
Anara.
okay, cool.
Currently at the Filipino panel, it's Auntie Anara, one of the analysts right now over there. So, we're now looking at the roamers, which are slowly being taken out here by both of these teams. What else is remaining? I don't think the Minotaur is getting enough attention right now.
Yes, you're right. You're right. Minotaur would actually be great for either of these two teams.
I'm not entirely sure if Chaco would like to consider the Kufra even. I mean, oh.
Good bans by Omega.
Oh no.
The last two picks of TNC need to be really tanky. They ban out the Tick 2. I think Omega would just rock with the Cho.
Okay.
If not, TNC are going to get that for sure.
Yep.
Or the Kufra.
Yeah, I was thinking of the Kufra since it could be a great counter to the Ling and the Harith.
Even Omega can pick it up themselves. However, that might be risky. Because the moment you check a shrub and no one's there, the Lowi's going to like slurp you into the rotation dispersion.
Oh, wait. I heard the grok. Oh,
yeah.
Okay. So there's still some sort of AoE. And it worked really well for Smart Omega earlier with the counter engages that they were looking for TNC here, who typically went in with the more aggressive early game.
Yeah.
But then, would TNC want to pick the what else is available even? The Kufra?
You still have Terizla for tanky, but for sure your Aurora's probably going to be the last pick of Omega. If not Aurora, maybe the Lilia.
Ah.
I would
the
like
Zask
the...
still open.
Oh yeah, Zask is still open too for Okir, so... Which way do you go?
What else is available?
Just get tanky. Maybe one tanky, one pick off.
I'd be so surprised if they were the ones to show us a different roamer here. Oh, wait. I think I've seen this happen today.
Yeah.
Earlier today. So there's a thumbs here for their XP lane, and they opt for the Ruby Roam.
Score Aurora.
Okay. The Zask, the Aurora, the Lilia, they're all still available here for Okir.
And serve me.
Oh.
The Zask again.
This is hard for...
The difference that TNC Pro Team has now is that the RSG lineup earlier would fall off against a lineup of Omega. This one can stand toe-to-toe, but similar to earlier, TNC literally needs to control the early game.
Yep.
Be aggressive with the toms. After Turtle 1 or Turtle 2, they need to be invading the jungle of Omega. While the Omega lineup, again, honestly, it's easier to pull off. Similar to game number 1, this one's easier to pull off, the lineup of Omega in the early to mid, which goes against what TNC wants to do.
Will they be playing the safe, or will they go all out and be aggressive against each other? That's for us to know as we head into the game. Let's head on over to our casters.
I wish I could answer what'll happen, but based on the draft, it looks like Omega's going for the throat. They have eyes on playoff spot, and they're looking to end it in a sweep. They're at match point. TNC Pro Team adjusting from what happened in game 1. Egan, can I ask you?
Yes.
Do you think this is enough of a recovery? Do you think what they did in the draft should be able to fix the wrongs of game 1?
Draft-wise, yes, I do agree. Execution-wise, they need to pull off the early game.
Up in the air.
Like what they've been mentioning. But I think you're even wrong because you said Omega was going for the throat. No, man, they're going for the head.
Oh, the heads!
With the lineup of Omega, I do agree with Renmar. It's easier to pull off. It's a more stable lineup. But the pros of the lineup of TNC, if they control the early game, easier snowball, more aggressive playstyle, they can end this early.
That's right. And it's a very low barrier of entry for heads. Like literally, just like they alluded to, Nibor's performance on this same Tams with a Vengeance, like just cut right through the lineup, go hunt for Jom, go hunt for Okir, and then leave Omega hanging. Look at that. Escalera, down bottom. How deep did Omega push him in? Look!
That's the thing you want to do if you're Omega. Really give your XP lane an easy time. Activate Ryota right away again with the Arlet so he can just join clashes in with the final slash. And for TNC, if they cannot control the mid lane, the mid trio, it's going to be a hard game for Kaizen to snowball. We've been seeing a lot of Nolan games recently. Even though he doesn't die, Nolan doesn't die, he doesn't get enough kills to be activated.
Well, luckily for the Phoenix Army, watching these early rotations from TNC Pro Team, it looks like they don't have to worry about what you're saying anyways. Look, they're first in the turtle. They've pushed back Chaknu, send him home, force him to go around the long way, and they are going to score the first turtle despite Chak throwing out that Guardian's barrier. And then up top, look, they had to send Ukir to try and help Ryota. Heads is still healthy.
Dominating start for TNC. Again, for TNC, just continue this pace. Honestly, because Omega, the problem right now for TNC is Omega is a master of trades. We've been seeing game number 1, Chakno keeps dying, and it's okay. Because what they get from the Chakno's death is more.
Oh, yeah.
And if TNC continues to avoid those kinds of trades from Omega and continue getting neutral objectives, even if Kaizen doesn't get a kill, it's going to be okay because Head's going to be activated. Here comes the diversion, but Ryota had a heads-up play there.
Look at the veteran wiles of Noe Ryota Makasa, the leader of the Ryota Army. He knew what was up. He knew that the rest of the map was quite mum, so there was shenanigans afoot, and could have been a devastating push. Again, 3 minutes in, yet to draw first blood. This is such a far cry from what the new patch has brought to us. Is this not the longest without a first blood we've seen all weekend?
No, I think no. I think it's also a TNC game.
Earlier this week, it was also
Earlier
a
this
TNC.
week, it was also a TNC game.
All right, maybe it's just me, because given how high-octane Game 1 was, this just feels weird.
Yeah. Looking at the junglers, it's a Nolan, again with a Ling.
You're right.
Easy pickoffs. They can solo kill a lot of heroes here in the battlefield. But still, both teams are playing safe. A lot at stake here.
Uh-oh.
You see a diversion play up top.
Oh, Andoryu. All right, he saw some animations. All right, he knows that Kaizen is here. He knows he's all alone. He's all alone. But, hey, false rotation because down bottom.
Okay, here comes the trade Omega wants. A Kozin plus a turret down bottom. Leaving Andoryu up top, trying to defend the top lane turret. And now this is what we were saying. Omega, master of trades. Even if TNC doesn't commit mistakes, if Omega finds an opening to counter trade, they're just going to go for it. Go for the head, literally.
Oh, wow. I can almost hear Metallica playing. Turtle up, lower quarter. This is TNC looking to get their second this game because it's Chakno just here. But look, they traded out turret for turtle.
A turret for a turtle once again for Omega. And the good thing is, Omega looks for trades without having to sacrifice Chakno. That means Chakno can just freely roam, provide vision. And if you're Omega, you know vision is really key, especially for Ukir and for Chakno to go for those pickoffs.
And more especially against Lancy.
Yeah.
Against a diversion. Again, you would know when someone's missing, but it's also a big deal to be proactive about it, to be able to send dudes in the bushes that you can gain control of before TNC makes the rotation.
Honestly, if you're going up against a Louis, rule of thumb, if you think Land of Dawn is too quiet, something's brewing.
That's right.
Something's up.
It's literally when there's smoke, there's fire, but literally if there's nothing on the map, something is wrong. Check us out, 1v1, heads against Andoryu.
Okay.
You're going to lose that fight 4 out of 5 times.
I'm going to commit the cutter at Inferno there. And you know, Heads is playing a much better role here, a much better game here right now with this FAMs.
Most def, most def.
Plus, it doesn't add additional pressure to him because there's no literal setup expected from him. It's just soaking up the damage,
just throw your
zoning
body.
out. Literally just throw your head out there.
You're an enforcer.
Yeah.
You're the muscle. And now Kaizen just farming up. TNC looking to open up this bottom lane. But Big J, Chak, and Ryota ain't having it.
Yeah, here's the vision game that Chakno is really good at, excels at. He knows where the opposing roamer will almost always go.
Yep.
That's why Jom is always easily activated, especially with his most used hero, the Harith and going up against a Moskov, you know Jome is going to have an easier time. Look at this. He already took down the turret a while ago.
Talking about most used hero, I'm pretty sure it's a Harith or the Moskov. There's one weekend that Big J just played all Moskov.
So he knows his strength.
Exactly, he knows the behavior of what a Moskov wants to do. And now turtle spawning, final one, upper quarter, the diversion, sending out the rest of TNC into the pixel brush. Here we go.
Right in the middle, Chaknu goes up the damage. Here comes the wild charge, plus the Tempest of Blades coming in from Endoryu. They're going to pick up a kill onto Lancy, but the damage coming in from TNC is also too much, because Endoryu and Ukir is going to fall down. Ryota though on the other hand, Vengeance in. Chaknu flickers out. Will he be able to escape heads there as Kazin works on the turtle? He's going to use the retribution onto Jome. Jome with his Ammon Force. Synchro Vision out. But look at that fracture for Kazin. Heads goes in. Makes sure to get the kill onto Big J.
Oh, that was amazing work by the Magic Man. Literally, Escalera, now you see me, now you don't. Woo. Big J couldn't get him. He was on conceal.
Yeah.
So the basic attacks, the autos won't come in.
Oh,
Heads.
Heads pops his Vengeance and Cutter Inferno, but he went up against two. Where's the diversion play? Are they going to cast the diversion or just going to wait up mid?
He's rolling.
Okay.
They sent Lancy out to get a better position in mid. And look at this, they're not stopping!
Chaknu finds Kazin, wild charge, but Kazin still turned things around with a fracture up against Chaknu. He's going to bring him down, and I just like to commend the performance so far of Heads. I mean, 2-1-1. Prior to that death, he's the one who secured the 2 kills, made sure to zone out, gave enough room for Kazin to secure the turtle without even using the retribution. That's why Kazin was able to use the retri onto Jome, force him out of the Xammin Force. Plus, when Jome was about to escape, here comes the jump from Heads, making sure Kazin picks up the kill.
And the 2-on-1 doesn't tell the whole story. There were in between the lines type of situations wherein, yes, Heads was doing this proactively, which allowed the rest of TNC to help balloon out of control. 2,000 now is the gold lead at 8 minutes, and Smart Omega are struggling. They're trying to catch their breath because they tried to clap back. They tried to over and over again. After a losing team fight, send more dudes, try and recover, and then just lose out because TNC have already rotated out. And now, look at this, another tier 1 taken down by Kozin. It's as if that kill early on didn't even happen anymore.
Unbothered and now concealed. Whoa, for TNC! And all of a sudden, there was a diversion. 2 bodies are there. Woo. But Omega, heads up play. They know that something's brewing, so they're going to evade the death as Endoryu picks up a turret up top.
All right. So despite Omega losing back-to-back engagements, they still have an ace in the hole. They have the split push potential. They can send out Endoryu to try and make up for their losses, get a presence on the map, and maybe they can get this contest now. Escalera in the middle, 4!
Oh, Escalera with a good don't run Wolfgang. I'm offended play, but here comes the backup coming in from Omega. Escalera's gonna fall down. Lancy's the next target as he falls down as well. But here comes Heads up against 3. Will pick up Ryota, focusing his attention onto Chaknu. Here comes the fracture. Chaknu has to flicker out. Power of Nature is there to make sure there is no CC. The Mamba, the living legend, will finally fall down in the hands of TNC as Kozin picks up a turret.
The Lord was used as bait, merely a scapegoat to TNC's master plan. They didn't really want to take the big objective. They were going for the cross-map play. Kozin was pushing up top, successfully taking down the tier 2 turret. And look at this. There's enough time in TNC to even come back for the Lord.
Yeah. Chaknu online. They can contest for this Lord. They find Kozin off guard. And now Kozin not going to be able to out-sustain the damage coming in from Omega. And that's a very crucial pick-off because there's a level 1 Lord up for grabs and the whole barangay squad is activated.
Salvic got bursted, son. I bet he didn't expect that. He was doing so well up top. He was so used to the good life. Suddenly, when the fight broke out after he clicked the SOD trigger, there were 3 members of Omega waiting for him. Now, the gold lead snapped in half. Oh, wait, Kazin. Kazin right in front of Endoryu. You committed Grand Theft Orange with no clap back.
Got the orange. Wanting to go for an extra kill, but that's more than what TNC wanted, especially preparing for this Lord. Now we do have to factor in Lancy again. He has a diversion here that they can use at any given moment. They can make a huge play here just to extend the lead of the Phoenix Army.
I'd wager they have to wait for Escalera and Lancy's Flicker It's not a go. Kozin does have his flicker. Lord, you're down to a 10th of its health.
Okay, look at Kaizen going after Ryota, and Doryu picks up the Lord. Look at Hedge jumping onto the barangay. The diversion play is there, but Shaknu knows he doesn't care. Went for the one shot. Now the tables have turned. Joe with his Salmon Force gonna pick up Lancey, gonna pick up Escalera. Kozin on the other hand, able to free hit here up against Shaknu. Shaknu's gonna fall down. A 2-4-2, but Omega secures the Lord as Kaizen gets the purple buff.
That's a drive through GTP, if you ask me. Smart Omega, a ballsy play. Chaknu welcoming the diversion, allowing for Big J to do Big J things. Here's the instant replay brought to us by Infinix. Look at Big Jom just dancing. But here's the thing. A Harith can only really do so much. It can only attack a certain area, and he chose to go in the northwest direction.
Okay.
Southeast, that's all Kozin. That's what happened there.
Yeah, and honestly, what Shaknu did was the definition, or was a great example of the meme, call an ambulance.
But not for me.
Wow, just really waiting on the moment. Ryota doesn't want to wait anymore. Goes in with the final slash. Look at the damage coming in from Jom. 2 members are falling down, but Kozin on the other hand, focusing on Jom. Jom is down. Andoryu low health, has to walk away as Kozin works on Ryota. Triple kill, and Kaizen works on Ukir. Only Andoryu is left.
Oh, and Andoryu off camera. Just barely alive, recovering, going home. Kozin gonna go for the penetration.
No holy shields, and Doryu has to worry the minions. Kozin, moments away from bursting down the inhibitor turret. They have minions on top, but Andoryu really needs to play this safe. A 1v1, Kozin and Andoryu. Andoryu's gonna manage to clear out the minions. Now the chase is on! He wants to go for Kozin! Here comes the Templars of Blade, plus the other members of Omega as they bring down Kozin!
Andoryu timed out the Purify to almost pixel perfection. That allowed Omega to come in full force and punish Kozin.
And the best part is, they got an inhibitor up top.
That's right, they left the map in a great state with waves enough to take care of an unguarded inhibitor. Now the map's gonna turn red. They're gonna turn Game 2 into a barangay territory. Is this a purple stolen? Yes, it is. Kaizen is starved.
With just one play from Omega, they regained the lead, 1.1k. Kudos to Kozin for reaching that point, because he was honestly up against 3. But the problem was, but the good thing was he was in between his 2 turrets. Additional damage helped him outplay 2 members of Omega. But Andoryu heads up play to clear out the minions. And now a diversion play for TNC.
All right, where are they going? Send them up top. Northern Tri-Brush. And they have to rotate out. Is this a blitz?
Okay, they're gonna blitz. They're gonna blitz it. They know.
Can
know the diversion was up top.
Can they?
Head's gonna start things off at TNC as Omega works on this Lord. And Doryu, 1 retribution away from securing this Lord. Here comes Joe, goes in with Ryota's final slash, working on Escalera. Ukir gets the Lord. Here comes the counter attack coming in from TNC, but Joe still goes in. Wanted to bring down Lancey. Happy birthday to you, but Kozin works on the mid. He's gonna face up for though Ryota, Shaknu, chasing after Kozin, and he's gonna fall down. They save their crystal, and they get the Lord.
Oh, Big Joe versus 2! He's gonna fall. Backdoor denied. Take it easy, Kozin. Not gonna happen, not today. And that cost TNC so much.
Bought enough time for TNC with the kill onto Jome. And now Kaizen will secure his purple buff. Here comes the 1v1. Kaizen has to fracture Andoryu. After the chase, Defiant Sword was there, but it's not going to be enough though. On the other hand, Heads here onto the middle lane, trying to delay the push.
Oh no!
A killing spree coming in from the Nightmare as Kaizen works on the Lord. Omega has to disengage. No inhibitor turrets taken down except up top.
So far, so good. TNC keeping their heads above water. Omega's not going to end. Not like this. Not here. Not now. Barely 1,000 gold ahead. The barangay sitting at just under 16 minutes. That could have been a ruinous entry. That cost him so much. Again, let's just recap, starting from the attempted backdoor play. Ingan, that's why TNC didn't look so strong. They didn't look so hot in the Lord takes, because maybe in the back of their heads, literally like their minds, they were saying, you know what, Salvik, Kozin, set up the back door. We got you. We got you. Apparently, there wasn't enough of a wave. It wasn't coming in quick enough.
And even Jome's potential backdoor play was also shut down by TNC.
That too.
So in that sequence, we saw two foiled backdoor plays.
It's like a duel in the Wild Wild West.
Yeah, and the best part was TNC was able to defend the level 2 Lord of Omega. Prior to that Lord, their inhibitor turret up top was already bursted down, so no additional turrets taken down by Omega. And we've been seeing a lot of isolated clashes, but in 50 seconds, third Lord up for grabs. We might see a 5v5 this time.
You mentioned a very important point here, isolated clashes. And I think, contrary to popular belief, that's what needs to happen. You don't have to go 5v5. You have to be very, very elegant about how you engage, because most of the time, especially in the highest level competition, a big 5v5 full-on fight isn't what you want to get. You want to set up a more advantageous position. So in this case, if TNC can find an amazing diversion, which they haven't, by the way, in the past, what, 8-9 minutes?
Yeah.
It's been tough for them to catch Omega off guard ever since Omega hit their mid-game power spike. Then don't force anything. Don't go head first in.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, this game is going to boil down to the macro game. And in terms of kit, TNC has more capabilities of going for the head, going for the macro. Utilize the diversion, utilize the Spear of Destruction. Split push capability is high for both of these teams, but I have to give the edge to TNC. Now Omega, they know this. That's why they want to force a 5v5 clash. Here comes Doug! No! Wild Charge Blinker play to start things off. Lancey, no more diversion. Look at Endorio going right after Kozin, but Kaizen's going to bring him down. This might be an opportunity for the Phoenix Army. A trade for Lancey and Endorio. TNC. Will they blitz the Lord?
Oddly enough, that's a worth it trade. Again, a jungler for a mid laner. Say what you will about Big J, looking for the play. Say what you will about Lancey being right in the middle of everything. Here comes Kozin!
But he's targeting Shaq. Look at the damage. Ryota want to answer right back. A stun from Omega was just too much. Here comes the counter attack coming in from TNC. Kaizen gets a pick off. And now Ryota working on Kaizen. Heads as well is still here. Ukir on the other hand is now activated. Kaizen has the immortality. It will be popped. Ryota still working on them. And Ukir right on time will bring down Kaizen. Ryota, Ukir. What an amazing play.
Lancey and Heads. The two remaining members of TNC, between a Lu Yi and a Tams, there's very little utility, very little you can do to contest a Lord. And as if it was orchestrated by the gods themselves, Ingan, you call him the master of trades. How do they end up in such advantageous positions? Look at this.
Man, it's all Ryota. Ryota should be the MVP as Endorio works on the Lord.
The Ryota army go crazy as Omega score another Lord.
Wow, that took guts. That took a lot of things from Ryota. Looking at the KDA 3-3-10, that's nothing compared to what he did to extend that clash and eventually bring down Kaizen.
Ukir couldn't have killed Kaizen if not for the CC and the immortality pop.
Exactly.
The new general strikes again.
That's how long Ryota kept TNC busy. Ukir was the first man down during that clash. He bought enough time for Ukir to respawn and deliver the final blow to Kaizen.
That's warfare for you. Cadians would be proud. Smart Omega 3,000 gold ahead. An evolved Lord marching up top. And now all 5 of them crashing through mid.
Oh, full force Omega has the Lord. Ryota swipes Kaizen. Endorio on the chase. Spear of Destruction is there. Hez's immortality will be pop as they work on the crystal. Omega is now playoffs bound.
With their downfall in Season 13, they trusted the process and they have proven themselves. They are the 3rd team in Season 14 to secure the playoffs.
And what a way to secure that playoff spot with an amazing game. Every single member of the barangay had their shining moment. But I have to give a lot of credit as well to this guy, Big J.
Big J!
Doing big things with the Harriet, his signature hero. And of course, backed up by the ever so strong Ryota army. Woo!
He's a one-man army.
Literally.
He's the new general and in a one-man army. Amazing work. Again, some moments of excellence from TNC, but at the end of the day, it's so easily shattered. Signs of that came through in Game 1 and Game 2. Like, one slip-up led to their eventual downfall. The cumulative effects of their mistakes. Taken opportunity by Omega, the masters of trade.
Masters of trade. I agree. Even one thing that made sure Omega was on the driver's seat was the moment Shaqnu just literally stood in front of the diversion play, was ready for it, plus the wild charge. And from then on, Omega, beautiful execution.
GG well played at the TNC as they take their bow, keeping their heads up high even in defeat. And don't you worry, Phoenix Army, this is not the nail in the coffin, not the final straw for TNC. They can still make it through the playoffs. How? I don't exactly know, but right now, we're going to be hearing from Smart Omega. They're on stage with Mara Aquino for their post-match interview. Jose, Ingan, Leo at your service. It's been a great night. Thank you.
All right, everybody, give it up for Barangay Smart Omega. Appear muna tayo kay Jom. Appear. Lahat tayo. Tagal namin hinintay kanina yan Pwede niyo bang i-share sa amin? Kasi ang tagal niyo doon kanina. Parang may usapan kayo. I saw you hugging Eto Max. Ano yung exchange niyo doon kanina?
Hindi. Ano kasi, si Eto Max kasi yung kumuha sa akin sa Smart Omega, kaya parang ang sakit lang na kami naglaglag sa kanila.
May gusto ka bang sabihin kay Eto Max ngayon?
Wala, alam niya naman yan na mahal ka yan
But I like the sportsmanship. Natuwa kami na kahit kayo yung nanalo, you took time to talk to Eto Max. The respect is still there. Pero ito naman, kay Andorio naman tayo ngayon. Kasi gusto ko talagang i-highlight, ang lupit mo talaga this season. And how is it like for you na pagkatapos ng ilang seasons with Smart Omega, struggling na makapasok sa playoffs, ngayon, isa ka sa dahilan kung bakit playoff secured na kayo ngayong season 14?
Pwede pa ulit tanong. Paulit pa ng tanong.
Okay, sige, pa natin. Anong pakiramdam? How is it like for you na isa ka sa main reason, you being such a great player, na pasok na kayo sa playoffs?
Sobrang saya po kasi hindi lang pangarap ko yung makakamit ko kundi mga pangarap din ng mga kampi ko, mga kasama ko mag-struggle.
And that's right. Alam mo, mas hanay ka nang ma-interview kasi pag magaling ang isang manlalaro, talagang ma-highlight sila dito sa stage. I'm so proud of you. And now, it's time to announce MVP of this match. Can I hear some names? Sino? Let's take a look at the screen. MVP is Ryota. Ryota, kamusta na ngayon? Ikaw, vocal ka ba sa koponan mo? Alam ko kasi medyo minsan nagpapatawa ka sa kanila, you make things light. Paano mo sila nang motivate, especially now, going up against different teams na nagpa-fight talaga kayo para ma-secure yung playoffs?
Hindi ko sila minomotivate, sila nagmo-motivate sa akin.
Sila ba? Sino yung pinaka-motivator dito?
Si Chaqnu.
Chaqnu! Ikaw, kapitan! Paano mo na-relieve yung pressure? Ngayon, pasok na kayo sa playoffs, pero bago mag-umpisa yung laban, coming into this match, paano mo ba sila minomotivate?
Hindi. Ang tunay talagang nag-motivate sa amin si Coach Ron.
Coach, sige, ikaw naman. What's different with Smart Omega this time kumpara sa mga previous season? Why are you so strong now?
Kumbaga si Coach Lem talaga nag-step up ngayong season
Pasa-pasa tayo ng pasa. Coach, what's the secret now?
Ano po yung drop namin talaga? Si Snap kasi nag-drop sa amin.
Coach Snap, what's the key?
Hindi ko din alam
Hindi rin natin alam, pero alam mo, napansin ko, being an outside spectator, ang napansin ko dito kasi, mas tight na ang inyong koponan at nakita ko to nung magkakasama tayo sa Malaysia. Iba talaga ang samahan nyo and I think that contributed to the success sa ating Season 14. And now, may isa lang tayong lucky fan na makakatanggap ng 3,000 diamonds. Come on up! Hello! Hi, what's your name?
JB po.
JV! JV, sino dito ang favorite player mo? Pagkakataon mo na to?
Chakno po, Chakno.
Chaknu! Okay, tabi ka kay Chaknu. Bakit si Chaknu?
Lakas magling nung sa TikTok.
Sa TikTok? Paano ba yung sa TikTok? Anong ginawa niya doon?
Sumobra lang po yung pulbo. Sana kontihan lang eh. Para panalo lalo.
Paano ba yun? Kasi hindi ko napanood. I-reenact nga natin. Anong nangyari doon? Sa TikTok, doon sinasabi niya.
Lumakas ako magling nun dahil kay H2O eh. Tinuturuan niya ako eh. Nasa gilid ko siya eh.
Anong gusto mong sabihin sa kanya? Magkaharap na kayo.
Sana yung tank ko ganun din. Manood sa'yo lagi. Roy, Joseph, manood na kayo. Kawawa ako. Yun lang.
Alright, congratulations. Bigyan ng diamonds. Now you get to take a bow with Chaknu, alright? Smart Omega, you may now take your bow and take your walk of victory. Go ahead. You can walk down with them. Lucky fan, you get to take front and center. Congrats, Coach. Smart Omega, after ilang seasons, secured na sa ating playoffs. We're gonna break that game down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pasok.
And there you have it.
Yeah.
3 teams heading into the playoffs right after the end of week number 6. But let's break down that previous game before we discuss anything further. The game MVP has to be Ryota. I think one of the most crucial final slashes we've seen was that one where he got 2 and the immediate burst down onto Kozen before the end of the game.
Yeah, it was Chaknu spotted in mid, looked good for TNC to take. Kozen used Spear of distraction to get Chaknu brought down low, but then from out of nowhere, Ryota with a final slash and 2 other members of Omega waiting in the shrub. I counted at least 4 crucial final slashes that were decisive in stopping certain TNC movements and getting an unfavorable trade for TNC Pro Team. Ryota was the one who stopped the dreams of TNC Pro Team into forcing this game number 3.
Yep, and I feel like disrupting the positioning here for TNC Pro Team, given the nature of their composition, really means a lot. Because you don't have that much mobility if you're on the Luyi. You rarely have ways to get out once you engage and commit as the Thumb.
Definitely.
And you kind of get limited ways, especially when you choose to target down and pinpoint heroes as opposed to Moskov and the Nolan here. So there were very crucial how would you say, displacement plays which came into play here for Ryota, and all the other members of Smart Omega, they were just so accurate in terms of providing the necessary follow-up.
Yeah, the difficult thing here for TNC Pro Team is you could see they were a little bit better, although sloppy at times in terms of taking the trade, yes. But then when you go look at the side of Omega, it seems like from the very beginning they were playing at this in a defensive mindset. Not necessarily they were allowing TNC Pro Team to do what they want to do, get wherever in the map and then go for the counter. But in terms of the rotations, we talked about TNC wanting to be aggressive. They shut down any side lane split pushes by TNC Pro Team, and they were the ones to break towers first. Every time TNC Pro Team would get a small win, Omega made sure that they'd get something back. TNC was doing that, yes, but in the long run, because of how well Omega was playing alongside the minions that they had, taking into account the placement of the minions in the lane, how they're pushing out, which of their members are staying alive, they took majority of the most favorable trades here.
Yep. Might that just be one of the best ways to counter a team who's heavily reliant on the early game? Because if you do give them the early game advantage in some ways, but then they're unable to completely convert it to turrets, to major objectives, then what could that mean, or how could that be rewarding for them, especially in the long run, where Omega were slowly able to get their items. Jome was already able to burst down Kozen, just bring him in front of Jome, and then we suddenly see him disappear, similar to what happened moments before that game-ending push coming in here for Smart Omega. And really, overall, the management they were able to show us, the movement they did in the early stages of the game, not necessarily fighting TNC TNC Pro Team head on, but knowing how to immediately respond to whichever advantages they could merely get. But then, one thing is for sure, and that Smart Omega already secures the 3rd playoff spot. But this in no way means that TNC is officially out of playoffs content.
Yeah, the Nightmare helps Omega achieve their dream of making it to the playoffs. If you're still wondering who the Nightmare is, that's Andoryu. Because the man is a killer. Like, puts you to sleep. That's what we mean. Yeah, for TNC Pro Team, they still have a chance, but Omega deserves all the flowers today.
Yep, definitely. They showed us that that's amazing bounce back after yesterday's loss against TLPH. But let's listen into the comms that happened earlier in that game.
An otherworldly experience.
My takeaway from that is that there was a lot of discipline.
They were out of this world.
Yeah, that still came into play because they kept reminding themselves to go back.
Zask is an alien.
And that is why we heard otherworldly comms.
Yes. And honestly, otherworldly, maybe it's a little bit too much praising Omega if we call their comms otherworldly, but I still stand by one of the things I posted about earlier in the season, wherein Omega are one of the best team fighting teams in the league
I
today.
agree.
They're not invincible by all means, but really when you see them at their peak, you can tell they're thinking steps ahead. They're making sure they're trading in different parts of the map. Their target lockdown is really good. They're counting abilities. They're counting their own battle spells alongside their enemies. They're very smart about how they approach team fights.
I like how in this series particularly we've seen the differences and the flexibilities for both Chaknu and Ukir, their ability to play side by side or even individually focusing on their other members if that's whichever is necessary for them to meet the conditions of their lineup. And that just says a lot about how much you have to prepare for Smart Omega if ever you are to go up against them in the coming matches. We still have quite a number of matches remaining for our team before we officially put a close to the second half of the regular season. But one thing's for sure is that they really kind of got and managed what they wanted to find in terms of their identity and footing in this season. But for the Week 7 star match, it seems like majority voted for Smart Omega once again, now going up against Falcons APBren.
Oh, hell yeah! That's going to be a great way to see where these two teams really are at, especially as we're so close into the playoffs now. They're both playoff teams. Remember, Omega got one over Falcons APBren the last time they met. Depending on the result here, this will really be a great idea to show us where they are heading into the playoffs.
Oh, I think these are both of the most experimental teams.
Yeah, I want 3 games, Belleric, Hellkurt.
Oh yeah, give us the unique mid lane heroes.
Argus Gold Lane. Anything at this point.
I'm taking, or I will be accepting anything.
Well, what did Coach Ducky say earlier? Their secret sauce in the gold lane, what was it?
The Minotaur Gold!
A Minotaur Gold? I doubt it, but like, who knows?
I mean, it was a different kind of Super Marco we saw earlier. Definitely, that's one for sure. When he used the Alice, it was not the typical, oh, he's playing safe. He has this particular distance away from the enemy type of playstyle we've seen from him. So we're looking forward to see more for Falcons APBren and even Smart Omega. Again, both teams who are already secured in the playoffs. So this is just going to be a match that really you have to just watch out for, especially if you're one of the teams who will potentially go up against them in the remaining matches of the week. But overall, for today, it's been another day full of sweeps. I'm surprised I'm saying that. But then it's been, I think it's something we've been observing, especially coming into week 6 or even right after the fact, right? There are a lot of teams who just really ride on the momentum that they secure eventually once they win the series. And so we voted for TNC, right?
Yeah.
So this stays the same.
Yeah, these are good old little bias board, by the way. Yeah, we're leaning on the joke, folks. A little prediction tracker. These two dinosaurs hasn't bring. Why dinosaurs?
I don't know. They just look cute.
Okay, good thing I changed my name from Reptar already. Who the hell is that guy? I'm Renmar. Yeah, still in the lead. We have Naisu here at 3, Ingan with 2, Rockhart Leo at 2, and Leo's got 3. So these are a good old little bias board brought to you by the bias point system.
Yeah.
It's essentially just for predictions, guys. Don't read into it so deeply, please.
Yep, it's just predictions. And
Sorry about that.
You see us when we actually decide or vote for which teams we're predicting because it happens real time here in the Infinix Game Tambayan, whether it be here in the English broadcast or on the Filipino broadcast. We just really decide and show whichever team or calls we vote for, and eventually, when we win, when we get the right answer, it goes to the bias board. But now, checking our updated standings for the regular season, now we see 3 teams blinking green, which means that they've already secured the playoffs. And even though we've seen 2 series today, the only change that happened is really just Smart Omega moving up 1 rank above Aurora MLBB.
Yeah, the last teams that TNC will be facing, the only team that has yet to win a series this season, but they have won games, are Aurora, the first team that they beat to secure a point, Blacklist International, and Team Liquid Philippines. It's their result against Blacklist International, and the fact that Blacklist International has 3 points as to one of the biggest reasons as to why TNC Pro Team are still in this, although it does look bleak. 3 points, Blacklist back in form this week, actually. 2 sweeps for the agents, Falcons APBren and RSG Philippines, and their up next competitors will be, that'll be saucy. Blacklist versus TLPH, then Blacklist versus TNC.
I mean, you could see the smiles on Haji, on Oheb, on MP the King. He's been very vocal about how people have been wanting to see his MSC versions, style, and now they're slowly being able to show us just that. And it's not just the matches today that we've seen, it's also, or there have been Pansiklaban matches ongoing as well, and based on the results, they're quite similar to today's matches. So these are the updated standings as well for our Pansiklaban teams. Now, Falcons APBren, the Bees are currently leading the standings. And again, these are matches played by the fans, by the communities of these respective teams. They play against each other right before their series, and they have the exact same matches as scheduled by their teams, the teams that they follow for that particular day. So it's a fun way to engage with the community. If you want to join, then you can come here to the MPL Arena.
Come to the MPL Arena and get in touch with all of the community leaders online if you want to join Pansiklaban.
It's been a long, or it's actually a short, but a very fun day together here with all of you. It's Brigida and Renmar here at the Infinix Game Tambayan. On behalf of all of our casters, thank you so much. Now let's head on over to our host, Myra Aquino, to close the week.
Sa pagtatapos ng araw na to, 2 linggo na lang ang natitira sa ating regular season. Isang buwan ng paghaharap. Ilang linggo na bakbakan. It's action after action, week after week here at the MPL Arena. We've witnessed teams rise when they needed to the most, and we still have teams fighting for that coveted spot in the playoffs. So let's be ready for anything. And again, expect the unexpected. Ako po si Mara Aquino, and you've been watching MPL Philippines Season 14. We'll see you next week, and keep it good vibes, everybody!
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPL PH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPL PH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPL PH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!